Okay, hold on. Hello. Hello. Hey, Veronica. So this is my down. How do I do that? Lord have mercy. Hopefully that's not too loud. Hi, Violet Pro. Hi, True Light. Hi. So this is my first time going live like this, right? Because I'm sitting here trying to figure out music and all that. My my New Year's Eve. I feel like I'm competing with it. My New Year's Eve used to be. Is it still echoing? My New Year's Eve used to be going for a run. I used to love to if I didn't go to church, I used to go love to go for a run, and I used to like to go to Central Park because Central Park has a 5K. And what a way to start the new year! I would go for my 5K and come back home. But then a number well during COVID they stopped, and I went once afterwards. It was rainy and cold, and then I did. I think during COVID though I did do around the community, but the person who drove behind me wasn't going to be here the next year, and I had to figure something out. And so 2 years ago, I decided to just do something at home. And I was in here jamming because I'm listening to music, but I can't play those music because I don't want to get copyright strike or anything like that. But I just had a grand old time. And then last year I made it better because I had my my fancy flute and my sparkling cider, and I had a similar tray last year. So this year I decided to actually do 8 snacks because of my 8 snacks for staying in for my 12 days of Christmas. And so I had these glasses on and I had this one. Okay. And when I tell you that I was jamming, let me tell you something. I had such a grand old time last year. I had a grand old time. And after the ball drops and we get off, then I'm gonna find me. I think because the DJ Jazzy Jeff is, like he'll be coming on later. And I just have a grand old time. And I think that people believe that introverts, because we like to be alone, that we don't know anything about fun. What? Fun? I create my own fun. So no one will ever hear me say anything like I'm bored. I mean, you'll hear me say I'm tired because I do not get enough rest, but I'm never bored. I appreciate, this journey of mine because I've always had a sense. I've always loved being by myself. Like when I was younger, you'd find me in a corner reading a book, not with the cool kids. And, when you are a quiet person and you've always felt awkward around, like your peers. I actually used to prefer spending time with the elders. Um, but now that I'm at this stage in my life, I am so grateful for every experience that I have um, had because it made me the person that I am today. 2025 for me was just an amazing year. I saw a growth in myself that I never knew was even there. Like I never, not that I ever doubted myself, but I didn't think for 1 second. Let me put my glasses on. I never thought for one second that I would be doing this, like that I would have a YouTube channel and I'm here basically on live because I have been using a software called Riverside FM, and that's where I would go live. And tonight I say, you know what, let me try to go live within the YouTube app. And I'm sitting there like pressing buttons, like, okay. And I was like, well, what about music? And then when I asked ChatGPT, it said, don't use any music by any artist to go into the YouTube library, which I did, but I couldn't figure out how to turn on volume. Anyway, I am so grateful that you all are here. Like I said, I have my 8 snacks. Let me tell you what's on my tray. I have dried mangoes. I have me some grapes, some nachos. Well, I can't remember this thing. You know what this is. What's this thing again? Avocado. What is it called again, y'all? But that, some cheese, crackers, strawberry, and some trail mix. Yes, guacamole. Thank you, Violet. You get, Veronica said it first. You both get gifts. And I'm fancy, so I actually put a strawberry in my champagne glass. I've always been the weird one. When we used to go clubbing, when I used to go clubbing with friends and family, and they're ordering their rum and this and Long Island that, I'm saying like, can I please have rum and Coke without the rum? And the bartender be like, what? And they'll be like, don't mind her. I'm like, well, why not? And when they're getting their fancy glass with their straw and their cherry, I'm like, I don't care if it was water. Can I get some, whatever it is on the rocks? And I want a cherry and my straw. What? I mean, who said that you can't have sparkling cider or even plain water out of this? Let me show you my plain water glass. This is my plain water glass. I even have one in the office. So let me get in the chat. So True Life said, I'm excited to be here. Me too. I'm so happy for that you all are here. You know what it is, Veronica? I wanted to have like, I don't know, some LL Cool J and all of that to be like pumping in the background. Because I did find music in the audio library, but the problem was I couldn't figure out how to turn on the volume because I have it open in the same app. So let's see. Kay said, I have popcorn, grapes, a berry pie, and some sparkling happy juice. Hey! Veronica said, I have crackers, cheese, hard salami, pepperoni, my mom's favorite. Oh, yes, you did say that. And Violet Crow said, strawberry sparkling water. Here, see, we're all, this is why we connect. This is why we connect with my peoples. My peoples. And it was funny because when we were on Veronica's live, she said that she had a lot of nachos before. And let me tell you, as I was sitting here waiting, because then she also mentioned that she had some laundry to do. And just as I was about to go live, minutes after 11, I'm like, oh, my laundry. So I had to run downstairs to get myself out the dryer. I came back upstairs, threw them on the bed, and I said, let me just fold them up now because I don't want to have to do it after we're finished. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful that we're here. And I actually decided to make this a little interactive. So I have some questions. So first of all, welcome to Antonia's Blissful Corner, your quiet space for peace, growth, and joy. I'm an introvert, and one may say, "Oh no," because people believe that if you're introverted, you will never do this. I'll have you know that if you're introverted, this is exactly what you do because guess what? There's nobody around, so ain't nobody gonna suck my energy. There's nobody around, so it's just me, and I can go here, I can be here, and basically go on and on. It is nobody to basically sap my nice energy. And when I get tipsy from this here, I could just water my ass in my room and fall in my bed. So this is what we do. funny. Like I did my video. So I think it was last Sunday. When I was on Veronica's live, she mentioned that I should tell my inner child, my little me, um, I should apologize. I was basically say sorry for, for whatever have you. She wasn't specific, but I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And then what's crazy is because she's doing her 12 days, her 12 decks of Christmas, because she has some new tarot cards. And one day this week, she said something about a promise ring. And I was like, that's so cute. And I actually wanted to do that video first thing this morning because I had to work half day today. But I went to bed late last night and I woke up at 7 and God said, no, sweetheart, go back. And then he woke me up at 8. And I hopped up and basically, I don't remember what I did, but I couldn't do it then because I had to prepare to do my morning affirmations and all of that. And I didn't get to do it until around like 2:30 in the afternoon. And I was so grateful because it was such a fun experience. Over the past 2 years, I think I have been slowly forgiving myself for certain things that I've done or not done. And having the conversation today, I felt so free, especially going into this new year. Because I think that like as I'm as I'm growing older and now that I have found my voice and I'm using it, I realize how much of life I've missed out on because I've allowed myself to be used as a rug. And I mentioned that I went to I decorated for an 80th birthday party 2 weekends ago. And while we were there, someone came over to the table and they said hello to my mom, and then they said hello, miss, to me. And this is someone that I'm very familiar with, So when they said hello, because I haven't seen them in a long time, and I was doing something on my phone, and when they said hello, miss, I said, "This was me." They said hello, miss. I said hello, and I kept doing my stuff. And I said to mom later on because she was like, "But you didn't even respond." I said, "Yes, I did respond, right?" And I said, "The reality of it is, I used to, respond to those people like, 'Hi, how are you?' Like, And my thing is, if you don't know my name, then guess what? I don't give a damn who you is. I don't know your name, right? I feel as if like I have allowed people to abuse me in so many different ways, and I'm appreciating that I'm here now. Like, so I had these little rings in the room that I bought a number of years ago. It's like they're like stacking rings, and I had them in the drawer. So today I was like, I need a ring. I have plenty of rings, and I said I need one that I'm going to put on and I take off, because just trust and believe. I was down here cutting up and seasoning goat for tomorrow because I'm gonna make curry goat. And when I looked at my finger, I remember that little girl, and that's what Veronica said. She said, get the ring." And one of the things about being on lives is that you get inspired, you get motivated, you get ideas. And when she said it, because she said, when you look at the ring, you'll remember, the promise and all that. And when I mentioned it to my mom, when I mentioned to my mom that I was gonna have a tea party with my little self, she looked at me, she's like, "Look, I ain't got no crazy people in this family." And I laughed so hard because I feel like people don't understand. I did the video, and I think after that, she got it. But once upon a time, I think that I would have taken it personally, but I do not anymore. Because at the end of this day, I feel like people believe what they believe. People are how they are, and I am who I am, and I'm loving it. Let me go back to the chat and see what's going on. So Veronica said, "I'm glad I could remind you." Yes, and I'm grateful. I really am grateful for that. And Violet Crow said, "Me too. I just got a new tarot deck." Oh, Violet Crow, you do tarot too? I need to find our channels. But I'm grateful. Like, I'm grateful for myself. I'm grateful for myself. There was a point in time when this couldn't or would not happen, and if it did, I wouldn't tell anybody. And now I'm just so proud of the strides that I have made over this past year. When I tell you, like, I keep getting ideas after ideas, and I'm like, I'm only one person. I text somebody the other day and I said, even if I got 10 additional hours in my day, it wouldn't be enough. So I'm hoping that I'm not hoping anything. In 2026, I will be able to afford to hire help, even if it's virtual, so that I can basically pass on the things that are more administrative so that I can focus on the things that are, that will help me to basically make moves. Um, but I'm grateful. Um, Thank you, Kay. Kay said the healing looks different for everyone. It does, right? And I think that we, especially like quiet people, it's time for us to basically like just step up and step out. There's at work, there's a lot going on, like at my job. And there are some people who look to me, which is ridiculous. They look to me for inspiration. And I think it's because I'm that person who do not really say a lot in the office. There are a few people that I will blah 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 blah, blah with, but with my group it's like, um, but there's certain people who I love to encourage because when I hear people speak poorly of themselves, like there was a woman who would call herself like an idiot. I'm so stupid. I'm like, oh, don't you dare. So last December, I think it was right before the new year, I text her and I said, in 2025, I do not want to hear you say anything poorly about yourself. And she responded, thank you so much. Um, and I actually thought about it because the other day I thought to myself, wow, it's been a year. And I meant to ask her because I haven't heard her say, anything negative about herself. And I meant to ask her. I think sometimes, you know, depending on the environment, because if you're with people who say those things, you're like, oh my gosh, you're so stupid, blah, blah, blah. It's almost as if like you start to believe them. And it's not good. But anyway, that's not why we here. We hit a party. We hit a party. Um, I'm so grateful. Oh, hi, Christopher. Hi, I'm so grateful. Thank you, Veronica. All week, when I tell y'all that Veronica is my little my angel, my hero, because so I don't know if there's a live that goes by. I mean, I'm not on every one of her lives. I think I am, but I'm not. I don't know. But ever since she got my book, there hasn't been a live because, of course, somebody always comes up who's introverted or have some kind of like introverted trait. And she pulls out my book and she be like, "You have to get Antonia's book." Blah, blah, blah. She's like, "Go to societyofintroverts.com." And then this week she kept telling people, "I'm coming on early this week because I'm going to Antonia's New Year's Eve party," and I'm grateful because this is how it works. So, because I met Violet Crow, Kay, Veronica, Cynthia. Cynthia is not on yet. In Sadie's community and in Veronica's, I met Blessings and Christopher and True Light. And I think that we begin to attract the people who are meant to be in our life this way. Um, on Veronica's live a little while ago, she she mentioned to me about she thinks that I might be an ambivert because she said, now that you do all this, I feel like you're kind of, you're no longer fully introvert. I like say what? Veronica wouldn't know this, but I laughed so hard, and I said I'm even more introverted now because my thing is it's like I remember years ago one of my cousins said I don't like people. And I thought how silly it sounded because we have a very large family. I'm like, well, what do you mean? Because he's very much the talkative, with family. And I didn't understand it then. But a few years ago, I was like, oh, that's what he meant. I don't like him either. And I think when we say that, people think that we it's like, like we hate people can go away. And that's not the case. Because I like people. I mean, I like you guys. It's just that, there's some people who we just don't align with, and they can be draining. And so for me, I am loving this time of my life. Like I'm loving this alone chapter. Like if 2026 could be alone, I'll be fine because I've grown so much, right? I feel like 2023 I was very much involved in a mentorship community, different groups or whatever have you, and I met a lot of people, and everybody was saying the same thing, like, oh, I'm so glad that I'm in the same room with like-minded people, like-minded people, like-minded people. And after a while, I realized, wait a second, because I was saying it because I felt that way, right? Oddly enough, there were a lot of introverts, but then I realized that after a while you get to see people and you realize that no, we're not like-minded at all. you know, we may have some things in common, but after a while, it's like, no, we don't. And so I have, given myself permission to just drift away from what no longer aligns with me without, feeling bad about it, without apologies, because I don't know, like I'm starting to understand myself better. I'm starting to see what I like, and I'm loving it. Well, anyway, I have some fun questions for us here. And you can either choose to answer with one word or an emoji or just listen, Just happy that everybody's here. So the first question that I have is, one word that describes 2025 for you is what? What is one word that describes 2025 for you? For me, it is, because it's not I'm about to say it's not over yet, but it's not. For me, 2025 is the word is growth. What one word describes you for 2020, describes 2025 for you? Oh, same. So Veronica said growth, Kay said transforming. I've grown in ways, as I mentioned before, and it, it's crazy. Like, so I've been working at this company for 8 years, and only a few people know me, and the only reason why they know me is because I allow them to know, because I share with them. I went to a group lunch um, weeks before the holidays, and last year, when my manager sent the message to let us know she wanted to have this lunch with us, like basically go to a restaurant, I started to have hives. I started to try to figure out, how can I get out of this? I was thinking, couldn't it be like a snowstorm? Could I take vacation? Like, I was thinking of everything, and I couldn't get out of it, and I was annoyed. And this year, when she sent the same message, I realized that my body reacted different. It's like, okay, okay, and so I'm learning how to be comfortable in certain spaces around certain people. So Violet Crow said roller coaster, and Christopher said all of the above. I'm hoping that like whatever is that, because that's the thing, right? I feel as if like everything is, because there are times when I run into people, and because to be fair, like I had a roller coaster over a year also, but I guess because the past few weeks has just been amazing. Like I didn't think about those times. I mean, it's a little bit rocky, but in the grand scheme of things, for me it is growth, because I've learned how to deal with those times. Like there was a point in time when I was probably just sit there like and overthink and worry and overthink, and that now it's like, whatever, tomorrow's another day, because it is. Okay, so next question. Would you say this year was mostly happy, sad, or somewhere in the middle? For me, it was mostly happy. And it was mostly happy simply because most of that time I spent by myself. One of my I don't know if it's a proud moment, but one of the moments that made me see like how much I've grown was back in May when I took the bus to Maryland. Took the bus to Maryland to kind of like it was a meeting, like a group meeting for something that I was interested in. And I didn't have any breakfast before I went down, and I said, let me get something, decent to eat before I get back. And the only thing nearby near the bus stop was Olive Garden. So I went in and I contemplated taking the food with me, because usually I will go order the food to go and find a corner to eat in, because I'm like, I'm not sitting and, or would have it on the bus. And when I tell you, I went in and I allowed myself to sit and wait. I gave them my name, and I turned on the recording on my phone just in time for the phone to pick up Antonia Party of One. I recorded it, and I was so proud of myself in that moment, because the previous version would have never have done that, right? And that's when I saw that I was allowing myself to come out of my comfort zone. And so, those little things bring me joy, because don't get me wrong, I still have some struggles. I still have some struggles here and there. Um, but I'm growing. Growing. So uh, Veronica said happy. Uh, Violet Crow said sad, rough ending. Oh, I'm so sorry, Violet Crow. Kay said the energy dipped into all of them. And hey, Cynthia! Hi, Cynthia. um, but yeah, so Cynthia, I'm asking questions, like regarding, like our year, the year that we just had, and basically like just spending time. So Cynthia had loved my Christmas glasses, and so Cynthia, this is my New Year's, this is my New Year's glasses, and my wand. Hold on, let me turn off the light so y'all can see it. Let me see so y'all can see the full effect. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Oh. Let me turn on my light so that I save my battery. Yes, Veronica. Exactly. That part. You said DJ introvert. I like that. Oh goodness. I believe that it is so important. It is so important to know how to laugh at yourself. And I have learned how to do just that. Laughter. When I tell you that I have these people in this house cracking up sometimes because some of the things that I say sometimes, some of the things that I do, it's like, you know what, whatever, I'm living. I'm living. This thing, my cheeks hurt. Back here, back here. I just feel like we're living in such a time, right? That if we follow the hype and we get caught up in the nonsense, it's so easy to slip into depression. I've been there, right? And so I don't like it over there. So I'm doing everything in my power to basically like just stay joyful. And when I tell you, like, as soon as we cut this live, I'm gonna go find me some music. And when I say I'm turning the light off and I'm gonna do just that. Cause look, so Kay, here's my struggle tree. Hold on, let me turn off the light so you can see the tree. See my tree? Look, with bells. Rock the bells. Sorry. Oh goodness. Life is for living, right? And one of the things that I'm realizing is that living is a choice. Living is a choice. There's so many people who passed away just a few days ago. We heard about someone who's, I mean, I wouldn't say he's young. I think he's older than me, but I feel like back in the day, when someone was 40, we used to be like, oh, they old. So that's why now when kids, well, if you tell you're 40 and they be like, you're old. But now I realize that it isn't, right? I'm like when people say, oh, someone passed away and they were like 70, I'm like, oh my God, they were young. And I think it's because so many people are living for many, many more years. My neighbor, Jerry, is turning 85 in January. And homeboy is still driving up to Westchester, driving down to Florida, and he's basically out there doing his thing, right? And I think because of the movement, like all of those things basically, give people purpose and like it's exercising and it's basically like just choosing to live, right? Some people just choose to just sit in a couch and, basically flick the TV and all that. Um oh my gosh, Violet Crow, I'm so sorry. Condolences. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Violet Crow. um, oh my gosh. And then Veronica said a well-known travel YouTuber died in his sleep last week at 52. So unexpected, right? And I think this is a time of year. I mean, there are deaths, throughout the year, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like at the end of the year, it just seems an abundance. And I don't know, death is just sad, like no matter who, what, when, how, or how, it's just, like it's sad. And my heart goes out to you, Violet Crow. That is rough, especially like this time of year. So sorry. I'm sending you love and light. Well, but I'm grateful that you're here, and I'm hoping that we will be able to cheer you up some. All right. So the next question is, what's one thing you're quietly proud of from this year? One thing, my garden. Proud of my garden. I can't wait for the next one. I'm proud of my garden. And, I'm also proud of the fact that I have learned to say no and mean it. I'm proud of the fact that I have graduated to a space where, and I don't know, I think this is a rite of passage, because you have some older women who, when they get to a point in their life, they don't care, they just tell it like it is. And I feel like I'm creeping up that way. And it's like, oh, child. And it's not, I mean, I feel like when I was young, I used to probably think like, oh my gosh, that's so rude. And now I realize it's not rude, it's truth. Sometimes, there's no way to sugarcoat, like telling somebody the truth. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful that, wait a second, did I close my rings today? Oh, with my phone. Here it is. I'm sorry. I have to just make sure that I close all my rings today. On my watch. Did I? Oh my gosh, no, I didn't. I've been walking around all day. This silly watch talking about some. I'm gonna get up and walk. Then I'm gonna get up and then. Ooh, 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 ooh. Without music, it's not gonna happen. So I think I'm just gonna change the change the goal for today, because it's telling me that I didn't, and I know I did. I've been walking around all day telling me that I only have 25 minutes of exercise. It's trash. Trash, I tell you. Trash. It is, Cynthia. So yes, Kay said my positive influence of art. Man, I'm gonna tell you, if y'all don't have K and DD channel on your stuff, hey, anytime I'm scrolling, like I saw one yesterday and I saw one today. Yesterday was a butterfly, today was a bird. And when I tell you that they look like they're about to basically fly off the screen, they're really, really beautiful. I appreciate the gift that you share, Kay. Veronica said, I made more in 1 month than I made all year in my business. That was amazing. Congrats, Veronica, girl. I pray that will be the case every month, and I pray every month that it increases tenfold from the prior month. Cynthia said, telling the truth is brave. If it is, and you know what? I think I've lost people who I thought were my friends that way, because sometimes I was thinking about that this evening, actually, that sometimes people ask you your opinion, your opinion, and when you tell it to them, they get salty, and it's like, well, why you ask? Because I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. Because I feel like as a good friend, the onus is on you to be honest with the person. If somebody asks you a question, okay, if somebody asks you a question, or ask you your opinion on something, I feel like you should be honest with them. And I think I do that because that's what I would want for myself. Like, I would want somebody to be honest and real with me. But not everybody think that way. And Cynthia say, Antonia, girl, you better host live parties for every holiday. Gotta see you. We can do Valentine's Day. That's so funny. Thank you. And then Violet Crow agreed that Kay's art is amazing. It really is. It really is. I think that there's so many talented people out here. And like, it's just to find them. Exactly, Kay. Money bag Aya. Let's go find her. But tell you I'm grateful. Let me my mama went to church and she just called. She just asked me to request an Uber, so I'm gonna request an Uber. So please forgive me as I look down. The next question for your homework assignment is, um, what's something you're ready to leave behind tonight? What is something that you are ready to leave behind tonight? Let's see. Oh no, I don't know how to do this. But let me tell you something. Pick up. Wait, wait, wait. Oh, pick up from here. See. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, yeah, pick up from here and coming here. I did it. Don't judge me. Is that real? I just requested a car for my mom from church. Church isn't that far, but it was like $6. Is that real? It was 20 to go. Hmm. Okay. Oh, what was the question again? What's something you're ready to leave behind tonight? Um, politics. Politics. I'm so ready. I don't want to see it anywhere. But unfortunately, it's everywhere. Um, I'm going to have me some bubbly. I'm going to have me some Martinelli special. When we have events at work and they're talking about wine and beer, here I go. And what happened to sparkling cider? I'm like, that's the cheapest thing on the list. What happened to sparkling cider? And they laugh at me. But they finally did start to get sparkling cider. Ooh, it looks so cute with my strawberry. Look at that. Oh, did y'all see that? It was oh. I'm gonna be quite hungover tomorrow. I already know it. Okay, so Kate said fear. True Light said doubt. Cynthia said fear of speaking up for self. Veronica said self doubt. So I think it looks like it's a lot of doubt and fear. Yeah, the politics is really annoying. So doubt, fear. Fear was a thing for me. I used to, and I'm still, I still have fears. I fear lizards. I fear iguanas and gators and crocodiles. They all live in Florida, so I ain't going to Florida. We don't like those things. We don't like. I don't even like worms. And one would say, "But you garden." I do. I love it. And so the trick to garden and avoid worms is to do it on the like on hot days, because on hot days they go way down in the earth where it's nice and cool. That's my trick. But yeah, they can keep those critters in Florida. Can I tell you that I have seen lizards here in New York, and I damn near died because I'm like, why are they up here? Like, how they get up here? I feel like somebody probably brought it back as a pet and decided to let it loose. That's not nice. Um, Veronica said, I know the one time I said anything remotely political, I lost a bunch of subscribers. Lord of mercy. Christopher said, accepting drama. You know what's funny, Christopher? A number of years ago, I remember the first time I said to somebody, oh, I'm allergic to drama because I can't. And so I do my best to stay clear. Like, I'm not the gossipy, shoo because that's another thing that I find to be draining. And so that's why I'm glad that I'm in my little world, in my bubble. When I don't know if anyone has seen Wicked 1 or 2, preferably 2. No, I like both of them, but the bubble that they had for Glinda in Wicked for Good, I loved it, right? And so I can just imagine my world basically in this bubble where I'm protected, protected from drama, protected from politics, protected from lizards and gators and crocodiles and iguanas. and basically just enjoying the time that I have here. I feel like, people like to say things like life is too short. And I guess because I have people in my family who has lived to beyond 100 years old, both on my mother and my father's side. My father's mother died at 102, and I have great grand auntie and great grandmother, one 105 and another one something, right? So I like to say, like, life is life. And one of the things that I'm grateful for, because I used to be that person who used to basically just be doubtful about a lot of things. I still overthink a lot of stuff, but I'm at a space now where I'm giving myself grace, right? One of the things that Veronica said on her live to me earlier was to just be okay. Like, if something isn't going your way, be okay with it. And I was so happy when she said that, because that was confirmation for me. I'm at that place now where, like, I got up one day this week, I think it was yesterday, one of the days this week, one of the days this morning. And it's almost midnight. We got to do the countdown, y'all. Sorry. I think we just gonna count. We just gonna count. So I'm in New York, and so it is 11:59 and counting down. Let me see if I can find a ball that's about to drop. Ha ha ha. NYE ball drop here. Okay, it's 12 o'clock. Happy New Year! 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 Cheers, guys! Cheers! Happy New Year to everybody! Thank you for joining me on this call as we celebrate the New Year together. I wish for all of us abundance in every area. I pray that this year we will find success and we will overcome our fears. We will no longer doubt, and we will live in joy and peace and happiness. I pray that we will all continue to grow as a community. I pray that we all find our tribe and that we live our purpose. I am so grateful to each and every one of you for joining me on this live tonight. Veronica said, I'm letting Terry go to get my daughter. Oh, hugs. I am so 2026 is here, guys. 2026 is here. Christopher, where do you live? See, that's the beauty thing. That's the beauty about New Year's, because when my cousin texts me from England to tell me Happy New Year, I'm like, it's not Happy New Year to here or there, because it wasn't even midnight there. So I mean, I think we should just have a rollout of New Year's. Oh, he's in Tennessee. Okay, I have a cousin in Tennessee. Well, it's new. It's New Year. It's 2026 here in New York. I am grateful. And yeah, I'm so happy. Thank you, True Light. I'm grateful that you were able to join, and thank you for joining my channel. I saw that you subscribed right after Veronica's live. I am so grateful. I'm gonna get tipsy. Cheers. Pinkies up. See, and that's the thing, True Light. I feel like sometimes people, think that they have to go out. There was a point in time, though, even if I wasn't running, I just wanted to stay up long enough to see the ball drop before I fell asleep. And sometimes I would fall asleep before the ball fell and woke up right after. And it's like, oh, dang it. But I'm grateful that I'm able to basically spend this time with you all. And hopefully, basically like just bringing some joy, right? Because I feel as if like happiness should be, you know what? I am happy that we were able to find the New Year together laughing, right? So let's see. Hi, blessings! Happy New Year. She said I missed your midnight. It's 9:02 in California. Yeah, but so we just have to stay up until California, have their New Year so that we can wish you a Happy New Year. Yes, broke out the bubbly. See, this is my drink of choice. This is Martinelli sparkling cider. Doesn't it look like champagne though? I mean, it's fancy. My nice what do you call it? Champagne. My nice champagne flute. This is champagne, right? I think this is champagne glass, and this one is wine, right? So this is sparkling water, and this is flat water. Cheers. This is exciting. Um, exactly. Cynthia said we're not leaving this life till all time zones are covered. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Cynthia. Speak about language. We're gonna party till it's well, not 1999. That already passed. It's fine. All right. So, do you have goals for 2026 or just a feeling? That's the next question. Do you have goals for 2026 or just a feeling? I have goals. I have goals. Um, the True Light said, I know it sounds like WW3 over here. I know I'm here like all sorts of outside. um, Blessing says, I'm getting a glass of wine. Our garage, fridge, and freezer plug went out. Oh no. Oh man, so sorry. Veronica said at noon today, my friend in Indonesia sent me a video of fireworks where he was celebrating. I mean, I'm sure it's wonderful. Listen, in Manhattan right now, the ball just fell, right? Years ago, one of my colleagues told me that he went to Times Square to watch the ball drop with his girlfriend. And he said, I would never go back. He said it was such an experience because you have to get there early and then I don't know what it's like now. I can imagine that it's the same except worse, right? So he said that they're placed into corrals, and I guess once the corral is filled, they basically block it off. He said the problem with it though is you cannot leave, because if you leave you cannot come back. And I'm like, well, what do you do about the bathroom? I don't remember what he said. But today I was watching a video, and a gentleman who arrived early, someone was, basically recording, and they asked, well, what do you do if you have to use the bathroom? And he was like, oh, I'll show you. And he went in his pocket, and he had all sorts of plastic bags, and he took out a pad, and he was like, he was saying something about to the lady, isn't this what you use to basically, if you need to pee or something? She was like, no. And I was like, this man is psycho. But that's something that I cringe at the thought of being placed in a corral for hours. You must say mad. Even for 5 minutes, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. What? I can't. I'm losing my mind just thinking about it. Blessing said wine and veggie pizza for this mama. Oh, veggie pizza sound good. Have you all ever had cauliflower pizza? I'm not a cauliflower girl. Not. But someone suggested cauliflower pizza because they're like a fitness person, and they had it at one of their friends' home. And I saw it in Costco, and I said, let me try this foolishness. When I tell you, I didn't even realize it didn't taste like it was vegetables. It didn't taste anything different from, because it was nice and crunchy, and it was wonderful. I loved it. Veronica said, I felt honored to be included. That is wonderful. You you did what? She said, I did it in 1996. The cleanup was so fast. That's the one thing about Manhattan. They clean up, because when I've done races in Manhattan, like 5Ks or whatever have you, and by the time the race ends wherever it's going, they're already basically done cleaning up where it started from. Veronica, God bless you, girl. I could never. Especially now, I couldn't. I think my younger self probably would have, just for the experience, but Blessing said, I would never do that. It's too cold. That part too. Like, to be cold, to need to use the bathroom, to be hungry. Because I'm the type of person, like, if I go someplace and I know that there isn't a restaurant, because I love to drink water, but I will just, like, stop drinking water. If I get thirsty, I just start to take like tiny sips. But I cannot imagine the cold, being, just in a place with a whole bunch of people, most of them that you do not know, and you cannot leave. It's one thing if I would be able to leave and go find a place to basically recharge. God, I would be a dead battery. I'm sorry. The ball dropping. Oh, okay. So you went in 1996. How was it then, though? Was it? Well, I'm sure that it was better then, because times are different now. Exactly, Cynthia. All the oh yeah. I couldn't. I couldn't. I could, just a thought. Just a thought. I couldn't. She said it wasn't caroused. Okay, in 1996 it wasn't. She said it was all open. And it wasn't that cold. Well, child, it is cold. Let me tell you, it's cold tonight. It's very cold because we've been having some cold days. Um, but they now they do have corrals. They like they do like these square pens. And I guess it's a way to basically have crowd control because they allow a certain amount of people in, right? The last time that I did the Central Park Midnight Run, I had to go and get my shirt, and I went um, during the evening, during the early evening. I said, let me just go get my shirt, come back home, and then like head back to the city later on in the night. And there were streets blocked off, and I'm like, what's going on? And they were like, the ball drop, because they actually barricade off streets, like, so basically square blocks, so you can't even enter into certain zones. So they basically have frozen zones and all that, like eesh. So thankfully the race was up in Central Park, so when I took the subway I didn't have to worry about like being in that area. But it's too much. It's just too much for me and my soul right now. um Exactly, exactly, Christopher. Just a thought. I mean, I live in New York, and going to work, I get on an early train. The train that I take the Long Island Railroad at 5:51 at 5:51 a.m. and at that time it's crowded enough, but it's not terrible. And I take an earlier train home. At that time, it's crowded, but it's not terrible. But I'm able to navigate the city. But I can't. I just the thought of being stuck with them people. So Veronica said I was. If she said it was okay for 19-year-old me. Yeah, and I think that's what it is. I feel as that, like, when we're younger, there's certain things that like we don't try because it's the experience. You're in New York. Hey, why not? And if it was a time when they didn't have the corrals, then yeah, because it's more open. Like, it's the thought of basically just feeling like like being in a pen for God knows how long, because they go out early, because basically you have to go out early to secure the spot and to be there. And I get it, because a lot of tourists come to the city, and if they're here, they want to go see the ball drop. Child, it's a wonderful thing to be able to watch it drop and then roll over your bed. Let me see. I'm curious to see what the temperature is right now. It's ooh, it's not. It's 33 and it feel like it's 23. So the wind chill makes it feel like 23 degrees. I'm good. I feel like these past Christmases in New York has been colder. But I mean, it's winter. Hey, why not? If it's winter now, then spring might come on time. So Christopher said, as an empath, I'm pretty much stuck to the backwoods. You know what, Christopher? I love that though. Like, I love like the idea of seclusion. And that's why, like, when I love to go to the parks up here, because I like to go early in the morning when there are hardly anyone there. So this way I can just enjoy nature without noise, people, without people, because it's just a wonderful thing. Cynthia said we got wind chill at home. Exactly. Exactly. All right. So did we answer that question? Do you have goals? Oh, right. So goals. Do you have goals for 2026 or a feeling? I actually have goals. There was a point in time when, I want to say even 2 years ago, when someone would say, like, where you put, where would you want to see yourself in 5 years and all that? I'd be like, I don't know, here. Because I didn't really have a thing, right? But then once I, joined the mentorship community and, started to you think outside the box and, becoming uncomfortable to become comfortable and shifting the mindset, all of the above. And, I realized, the importance of it. So right in front of me, I have a whiteboard. On my phone, my phone? I keep losing it. On my phone, my screensaver, I don't know if you can see it, but my screensaver is actually my what is it called? Vision board. I was to say, what is it called again? My vision board. And I have been basically doing my vision board on my phone for the past 3 years. One of my mentors said, no, you should have a vision board in your, like on a, like on a, you should get a whiteboard and put your stuff there. I'm like, but what if I'm not home? I can't see it. I mean, I don't mind doing that, but I like this. And what's crazy is last year, January, when I went to go do the 2020, this January, last year, right? 2025, 2025 vision board. I remember basically like just being like in shock. I was like, wait a second, because I didn't realize, right? So they say you're supposed to write the vision and make it clear and basically write down stuff and all those things, right? Write down your goals and this and the third. And so the mentorship community that I was in, there were three mentors. One is real estate, one was an author, and the other one was basically becoming your own bank using, your life insurance. And so I joined because I wanted to learn about, like real estate, right? The other two was like, whatever. But I learned to appreciate all of them, right? So because of that, because today I was thinking, oh, wait a second, I did get value from all three of them. I have property, I'm an author, and I got my life insurance license to sell life insurance, but I haven't done anything with it yet. But that's not the here or there. I got time. But my vision board on my phone, I was shocked out of my head in January when I went to go revise it from 2024. Because in January 2024, I had on this vision board, I still have it on my phone because I save over them. But I have here investments, I have author, right? I forgot that I had written those things down. I think I wrote it simply because I was in a mentorship group. And I was like, wait a second. So last year, in January 2025, I was surprised to see that those things that I wrote down in January the year before came to fruition, right? Because then again, like I said, I wrote the book. Writing a book wasn't on my 5-year plan. It really was not, but we made plans and God laughed because God was like, yes, you is. And so I have my book. And on that note, if you have not picked up my book as yet, Unlocking the Introvert, mine is used. Unlocking the Introvert, a pocket guide to understanding and interacting with introverts. Please get it. It is available at societyofintroverts.com, Amazon, and everywhere books are sold online. This is a pocket guide, right? And I have 17 chapters on how to with an introvert. So basically how to live with an introvert, how to travel with an introvert, how to work with an introvert, I asked one of my friends, what's one chapter that you would like in my book? He said, how to cope with an introvert. I was like, all right, I'll put that too. And they're just sort of tips about, like how to basically, be with your introvert, like how to understand an introvert. And if you're an introvert, then it helps you to understand even more because it wasn't until the past couple of years that I learned about myself, right? And once I started to learn about myself, I felt kind of unfair to all the people who I used to say, oh, I used to cry. I used to cry. I just want to be understood. I just want to be understood. But then I realized once I learned about my personality type and I started to understand, the traits and the things that we do, like run from people when we see them. Mm-hmm. My neighbor, I love him. I love him to bits. But I will tell y'all, I can't tell y'all how many times I ran from him. Like I would see him. He's an old Jerry. I mentioned him a little while ago. And I would be outside and he would be outside. And it's not a fear of people. Sometimes you just don't want to basically talk. And my therapist back then suggested Susan Cain's book, Quiet. And when I read that book, I felt seen, I felt healed, I felt like I was not a Martian anymore. And I felt joy because I felt like I was walking around beating it up. I'm an introvert. I'm an introvert. I'm an introvert. People got sick of it, but I didn't care because I felt like I was diagnosed because I really felt like something was wrong with me. I felt like, why am I not normal? Like, why am I not like all these people? But then I realized all these people ain't my people, right? And so now that I'm here, I realize that my people are out there, and my people, we will attract each other. So, on that note, please get my book, Unlocking the Introvert. It is available at societyofintroverts.com, Amazon, and everywhere books are sold online. So one of the goals that I have for this year is to redesign the societyofintroverts.com, because I actually have I've added a quiz on the website. I have some t-shirts, some introvert definitions, t-shirts with introvert definitions on the website. But then when I woke up a few days ago, my spirit said, "You need to do a newsletter." I'm like, "What now? I got no time." And the thing about when the spirit tell you to do something, they don't care that you think you don't have time. Because I think that's what it is. Sometimes we think we don't have time. We got time. Make time. Um, and so I did it. I did a newsletter. And I'm like, all right, so now what? And so I decided that I am going to actually put it on the societyofintroverts.com. Hence the reason why I'm starting to do a facelift. Um, and so, that's one of the goals for this year. I am allowing myself to grow. I am allowing myself to explore all the ideas that I can. That's one of the wonderful things about not being bogged down with those things called friends. I used to tell people back in the day that I don't need friends. I have a very large family. And I don't even like some of them, but nevertheless, if we get together for an event, we're fine. But that's just how it is, right? I feel as if like I'm at the stage now where I'm okay with being alone, because alone is wonderful. Alone is not draining. Alone is, for me, it's peace. For me, it's peace. It's joy. Um, and so for 2026, all of the ideas that I have, I need to basically sit down for the next couple of days and just write down all of my ideas, map them out. If you're not using ChatGPT, use ChatGPT to basically brainstorm and figure things out. ChatGPT has become a member of my family. It's Jamaican. I actually asked one. I said, "Do you speak patois?" And he's like, "Yeah, man." I'm like, "Whoa." But I appreciate ChatGPT because a lot of people are afraid of AI, but there's so many different uses of ChatGPT. I was having issues with my other website, T-shirts and denim. Oh, by the way, this is one of my designs, T-shirt from t-shirtsanddenim.com. I was having issues. The website was slow. There was a whole bunch of things wrong. And one day I took pictures and I said, "Hey, can you help me out?" And then we fixed it. We fixed it way beyond, because then I started to basically think of other things that I wanted to do. And I was able to basically get that done. So now my friend Chat is going to help me to do a facelift on the societyofintroverts.com, so that it can be a nice little introvert hub. So I would say, I'm going to go back and look at the chat now, but I would say that if you are not sure of, your purpose or what it is that you want to do or anything, I mean, even if you want to know how to make, I don't know, apple pie, ChatGPT is a good source for that. ChatGPT is no different from saying, "Hey, Alexa," or "Hey, other one." Because if I say, "Hey, her," all of them will go, "Huh?" Which I think is rude. The first time I heard that lady say, "Huh?" I was like, "You are so rude. What happened to the yes?" That lady whose name begins with S. So rude. But anyway, ChatGPT is no different than speaking to any of those things. It is no different from, going on Google to do a Google search. That's what it is. That's all it is. Anyway, let me go back and see what I missed. Okay, so Veronica said there were less people, and I believe that, and I think that's what it is. I feel like Times Square every year they get more and more crowd. I don't even understand it, because I'd be like, it's cold outside, like for every event, because event is an event. People, make of things what they choose. So whether it's the tree lighting, whether it's the Thanksgiving Day parade, which for me Thanksgiving is always like the coldest day ever, and it's windy. I will watch it on the television. Um, Veronica said there were bathrooms when you went to the ball drop. And, I get, it sounds like you're describing the way that the Central Park run is. Because when we get to Central Park, we drop our bags. well, most of us would already have, picked up our bibs. But then they always have had like a wall full of porta potties. So that's what this probably was back then, but not anymore. Cynthia said, got feelings and manifestations. And I pray that all you're trying to manifest, no, not try, all that you are manifesting, Cynthia, they will come true. Veronica said, there's a lot of different fast food places you could dip into. But my cousin lived in Manhattan. So we didn't need to use them. That is the most wonderful thing, though. Like when you have family near an event, so that you don't have to worry about parking or the restroom, or if you have stuff where to leave it. It's such a nice, wonderful thing when that can happen. Cynthia said next year follow a book, Unlocking the Extroverted Introvert. Nope. Maybe. No. I do no, but I do plan to do another book. My newsletter, I decided that I'll do it once a month, because doing it weekly, I when I thought about it, I was like anxiety already, because I'm already doing a lot, right? But I did plan to do another book in 2026, but I was just doing too much. When I tell you, I'm sometimes going to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's disgusting. I Oh man, I'm already starting off the new year wrong, because I told myself, come next year, come 2026, we're going to bed at 10 o'clock. We'll see about that. The other day I thought about it and I said, how am I going to be on Veronica's live if I go to bed at 10 o'clock? We'll see. Oh, Veronica said yes to peace. Yes, peace. We need that. Veronica, so Veronica said ChatGPT lives to do dream interpretations. When I tell you ChatGPT, and if you haven't tried Claude is also another good tool. Veronica said, like when I set off everyone's Google Nest. Yes, that part. Christopher said, the only time I was in Central Park, I smoked a joint with a horse cop. That's funny. That's what I'm telling you, like only in New York. Listen, if it can happen anywhere, it is happening in New York. That is too funny. That is too funny. And the thing is, like New York is actually a great place. New York is one of those places that you can walk around and half naked and no one cares. Like everybody's like, listen, in their own world doing their own thing. That's one of the things about New York. Like I'm not one of those touristy type people. I remember years ago a cousin visited from England, and before she got here, I asked her like, well, what do you what do you want to do? And she was like, she wanted to go to the Statue of Liberty, and I'm like, why? I've never been, and I live here. But I think it was a couple years ago I told myself, you know what, you need to start doing touristy things. That thought came and left, and I'm not bothered. Veronica said she said, I smoked a J with a guy with no legs or arms in Toronto once. See, that's living life. That is living life. That is so funny. But that's the thing, right? I feel as if like when I think about me and where I am now with my, like on my journey, I realize that life is all about experiences. But a lot of us spend our time, feeling, I was going to say fearful, but it's not fearful, too concerned about people's opinions. That was me. Like I used to care about, if my hair looked right, or am I saying this correctly? Something like there was always something that that would cause me to overthink doing something and then ultimately not doing it. And so now I'm choosing to live my life on my own terms. It's my life. It's my life. And so long as nobody's being harmed, I'm not going to drive after my little, like sparkling cider fest here. A mess. But I just feel as if like we're supposed to enjoy life, right? That's why we're here. Because when we're going, we can't enjoy it. I may come back as a turtle and somebody may try to chase me. I can't run fast as a turtle, so I'm going to enjoy while I can now. That's when you know that this isn't real. Because when it's real, people be like, it's it. And here I am like a lush. Go, 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 go. Um, it's exciting. Okay, I forgot that I have my snack. So I'm going to have some guacamole with my nacho cheese. The next question. What do you want more of next year? Peace, joy, clarity, or ease? I'm sorry. We're talking with food in my mouth. Hold on. Let me get some water. What do you want more of next year? Peace, joy, clarity, or ease? All of the above. All of the above. I want peace in my life, joy in my heart, clarity for the road ahead, and an easy way to get there. But nothing is easy in life, sadly. Um, Sometimes, there's clarity, but sometimes the fog will come and muddy it up so that you can figure out different ways. And joy is there. Joy is there. I feel as if like life is what we make of it, and being happy is a choice. Being happy is that thing that we can choose to be. I think that coming from a place where I used to have my own pity parties and had my bouts of being depressed, and I think that all of that came from just not understanding. um but once I found my because there's no secret to being happy. I feel like happiness came for me when everyone abandoned me, when I felt like those who I held near and dear were no longer there. Like when I realized that I was the glue, I was the person who was keeping things alive. I was the person who, and I don't mind, playing that role, but I just feel as if like sometimes you gotta try. I'm saying? Like, like the worst thing is realizing how one-sided the relationships that I had were. One day I woke up and I'm like, I ain't doing it no more. Right. But to get to that place, like you have to I experienced a lot of hurt. I experienced a lot of hurt over the course of my life. Um, and disappointment from the people who, like I trusted or whatever have you. The good thing is I don't let people in easily. So for me, I guess it was more surface anyway, because it's just now that I'm learning how to, be more open, with what I choose to share. And even that I'm still kind of like, you can get this much and you can get this much. Excuse me, because I'm still very guarded, like with, my personal. But I do believe that happiness is a choice, right? You can work at it, by creating your boundaries, and being the person who determines who, what, when, where, how, and why, and if, right? And as far as peace is concerned, peace, my friends. What they used to say on oh my gosh, what was the name of the show? Veronica, what's the name of the show? The music, the dancing, Soul Train. When he said, was it peace, love, and soul? So peace. Every time I think about that, I think about like peace, love, and soul. Um, Lord knows there's no peace in this world, but you can have peace in your heart. And I feel like, sometimes, if we just do a little something for somebody, whether even if it's a smile, I think that we do our part, right? I think that when I'm able to assist someone in any way, shape, or form, it helps me, right? Because that's my way of spreading joy, spreading a little peace, and like just play my part of the good neighbor. I saw a video yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. And It was yeah, it was yesterday at this point. Of a young man who brought okay, so a young white man brought well, I don't think that the black guy was very young, but he brought him to the hospital. I didn't get to see how it, what happened until today's when I went to the guy's channel and I basically saw the first video of when he went to a gas station and he saw this young man wrapped up in a blanket, basically in the gas station under the shelter. It was raining, so I guess he was just trying to get shelter. And the young man asked him, "Are you okay?" And there were other people walking around asking, "Is he okay?" And the guy was like, "I'm just trying to, you know, I guess like he was trying to stay out of the rain." And the guy was like, "Well, like, you want me to get you a hotel?" Because it was Christmas Day, it was Christmas night. So he was asking him, "Do you want me to get you a hotel room? Do you want to go to a hotel room?" He was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "But I can't, walk because my feet hurt," or something to that effect. And so there were other people, walking around watching, and the guy was like, "Well, do you want me to call the police? Do you want to, you want to go to the hospital?" And he was like, "No, no, no, the hotel." But then the young man called the hotel, and I think he had actually greeted the person who answered by name. So it might have been someone who he was familiar with, but the person said that it was full, right? And so another guy that was in the gas station, gave the first person some money toward whatever he was going to do with this young man. So when they said it was full, somebody said it might be the hospital, because they asked him like, "What's wrong with your legs?" And he was like, he has cellulitis. And so another guy said, "Oh my gosh, I had the same thing too, this and a third, blah blah blah." So anyway, the first video that I saw yesterday, the black guy was in a hospital in a bed, and you know I guess they were draining his legs, and then they showed holes because he was telling them the first night that he had holes in his leg. And then when I read the story, his story was that years ago he was a barber, and I guess he spent a lot of time on his legs. And I guess he realized there were issues, but he didn't stop to go to get it checked. And so therein things happen. And then somebody in the comments wrote this long thing, who's in the medical field, talking about it. And they said, "I'm so sorry to clog it up, but I just wanted to speak on the topic so people can understand what happened." I'm not even going to go into the long, but it was just so sad to see it. And then my comment, was basically that this is a story, when Jesus asked, "Who's your neighbor?" And I never forgot that, because I remember one years ago when the priest in the church that I attend, said, "Who's your neighbor?" And I was like, "Jerry." And I said it to myself. I didn't say it out loud. But then he said, like, your neighbor is anyone on the street. Your neighbor is anywhere, right? And then he spoke about a good Samaritan and all of that. And so that was my comment in the under the video, because I think sometimes, like, we walk on the street and we have this attitude like, "Well, that's not my problem." But it is your problem. Like, I feel like it should be all of our problem. Like, there were so many people that night wanting to help that man, because it was Christmas, it was raining, it was cold, right? And it's, if not, because I feel like other people probably drove by, saw him, didn't say anything. Um, but this one brave person decided to stop and ask, "Hey, do you need help?" So on that night, he called the hospital and he said, "Hey, I'm at the gas station and there's a young man here, and you know, you know, would you be able to admit him, or can I bring him over?" And they said, "Only if he wants to come," right? Because the hospital can't force someone, to basically, go. And so they asked him, like, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" And they kind of convinced him to go, right? Because then at least this way, like, he'll be someplace safe, he'll be, warm and all of that. So he agreed, and they went. And but they had to basically pick him up and help him into the car because he really couldn't walk. And the next day, the video that I saw today was when the young man walked in, because on the first day, the guy that brought him in the first place told him, "I'm gonna you're gonna have a hard time getting rid of me." And I thought it was so beautiful, because in that moment I realized that they created a brotherhood, because of his video, the ill person's family saw him, right? So then the guy asked him on the video that I saw today, how come you don't have a cell phone? And he said, every time I get one, someone steals it, right? Because he's homeless, right? He had mentioned that he wasn't on any kind of substance, like he wasn't, drinking or smoking, or I think he smoked cigarette, but he wasn't on any kind of like hard drugs or anything like that. Because he said, his I guess his legs got better. And he's like, he was good for 8 months, and 2 weeks basically brought him back down to zero. And I think sometimes when things like that happen in our lives, we start to think, oh God, why me? And you want to give up. But the reality of it is, I don't think we have a choice in the matter of giving up. I mean, some people take the easy way out, which I think is wrong, but that's just me. But I feel like we're all here for a purpose. The young man who helped him, was, as far as I'm concerned, his, guardian angel, right? Because he brought him to the hospital. And today, the video that I saw, he brought him snacks, like he brought him, like a bunch of snacks. And then afterwards, he called the family, because then the family was all around, I guess, in someone's home, because they were happy to hear that that their loved one, like was okay and all. Well, okay, and all of that. I think they were in a different state. Um, but I just feel like when I see videos like that, it warms my heart, because we don't do it enough, right? I feel like when something bad is happening, you have more people going like this because they want their viral moment, instead of basically putting the camera down and going to help that person, not realizing that that could be you, right? That could be your sibling, that could be your mommy or your daddy, right? So those videos bring joy to my heart. I've been seeing a lot of those type of videos pop up in my feed lately, and I was happy. I was happy. So the next question is, what do you want less of in the new year? Oh, cold, the cold weather, but I don't have a choice because it's winter. What do I want less of? I don't know. Politics. I mean, I'm doing a pretty decent job of controlling what I consume, though. Hence the reason why the 2 times that we had snow, I didn't even know we were gonna have snow. I heard about the first one the day before, and the one that we had this week. Because if I don't have to go to the office in the wintertime, I don't go outside. I don't go outside. And because I'm not going outside, then I don't know what the temperature, I don't know what's going to happen. And I mean, I made myself a promise though that come January, it's January now, that I'm going to get back into the habit of layering up so that I can go for my walks outside. Because last year I was like, oh, it's too cold. I was all prissy. Oh, it's too cold. I'm not doing that. But then when the running season came, it took a while for me to basically kick into gear. So I told myself I'm going to go outside, get my New York a fresh air in, at least a few times a week, because I do love walking. I do enjoy walking a lot. So I'm going to do it. So yeah, for me, basically for me, less of politics, less of negativity, less of, hate. And so that's why I just like being in my bubble. Like if there's a conversation happening and I'm in it and they start with negativity, I got to go and I leave because I can't. I'm gonna have me some guacamole on my cheddar cheese. I forgot I have snacks over here. So let's see. So I think I missed a lot. Cynthia said all of the above. Lord, bring in that ease first, please. Yep. Kay said a joyful spirit goes a long way. It really does. It really does. Blessing said, I'm sorry, I can totally relate. Soul Train. Blessing says, yes, an old man thanked me for smiling at him when he passed me by. Yes. Let me tell you something. I feel like smiling is medicine. And it saddens me when I see people on the street like, and but for me, the most wonderful thing is in the mornings when I see, like people are down, and when I say good morning with a nice bright smile, like they smile back, and it makes me happy, right? It makes me happy to see that, um, just that simple act of saying good morning and smiling help that person. And all I can think to myself is, I mean, hopefully they'll have a wonderful day after this, but who knows, right? Because people are going through things. Um, so I think that, and I find out with the elders, because I'm an elder myself, I just look good. I just look good for my age. But I feel like with the elders, when I say good morning with a smile, um, like they are impressed. They're like, like they're just thinking like, oh my gosh, a young person have manners. Which, I mean, back in the day, manners was the standard, like it was the norm, and now it isn't. Not everybody says, good morning and thank you and please, and it's like, why not? Why not? But they be they and I be I, so we good. Um, Blessing says, yes, not just doing Christmas. What do you mean you're not doing Christmas? I mean, what I do for Christmas? Oh, I did my 12 days of Christmas. That was my Christmas. I kept my little tree up. I might keep it up all year, but we don't know. We'll see. Um, Toxicity, yes, that part. In case of division, yes. Veronica said, less paperwork. What you mean paperwork? She said, I'm late on homeschool quarterly report. So that's what I get to start the year with. I mean, well, if you stop procrastinating, my sister, I know the feeling because I do it too. um, she said, she said, but I discovered ChatGPT will write them if I ask nicely. ChatGPT will write it even if you don't ask nicely. ChatGPT is just there. Trying to be like, oh, I'm here to help. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Blessing says, don't need to just be nice and do nice things to people in need. Just do it. No, it should be like all the time. I feel as if like we should just be kind all the time. I remember one time when I used to take the bus because I've become a subway snob. I don't like the subway at all. I used to love it, don't like it no more. So before taking the Long Island Railroad, I used to take the express bus. The express bus, and I used my cousin before I started to take the Long Island Railroad. My cousin used to be like, "Oh my gosh, it's the greatest thing," and I was like, "Oh, I love the bus though because I can sleep. I can sleep, but it's not a lot of people." And then when I discovered, I was like, "Oh, because it's faster." But anyway, when I was taking the bus, I remember one time I was running late, and the bus had not pulled away. I ran to catch the bus, and when I got on, it was a lady. The reason why the bus didn't leave yet is because there was a lady who got on the bus and she forgot her card at home, right? Her Metro card or whatever have you. And so the bus driver was telling her, "Sorry, miss, I can't." And I was thinking, so I said, "It's all right, I got her." And so I dipped for me and I dipped for her. And she was like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Yeah, fine. It's not that serious." And so we went to sit down. Because my thing is, she was my savior because had it not been for the fact that he was trying to tell her that, she had to pay or go, he would have driven off. So as far as I'm concerned, you saved me. So she sat down and she came up, she thanked me. She's like, thank you so much. I'll reimburse you tomorrow. I was like, it's fine. It's fine. And so she wanted to let me know that she was, I think she was chemo. She was basically a cancer patient. And she had bags to take with her, and she forgot one of her bags at home. And that particular bag had her Metro card or whatever have you. And, I didn't need it. Because I did it out of the kindness of my heart, right? Because I always think about if it was me, or what if it's mom, right? So my thing is, again, I was glad that the bus waited, but the bus waited because she was there. So I feel like I was returning the favor. I mean, that's the thinking that I have now, but back then it was like, And so, when she explained that to me, I felt even worse, right? I felt badly that, the bus driver was going to basically have her leave simply because of that. Now, the reality of it is he's doing his job. Like, you can't just, make people just come on and, oh, sure, Um, but I've always been that type of person to basically be a lending hand to someone in need. I just feel as if like, 'cause sometimes when you think of the grand scheme of things, the bus ride is what, $5? I don't remember what it was then, but you know, but I think sometimes, like we are too busy not paying attention to the right things or whatever have you. And again, I always put myself in someone else's shoe. Like I always think, well, or I'm always thinking, well, what if it's my mother? What if it's my sister? Because I'm just thinking that we're supposed to just do that. Like Blessing said, it's supposed to be an all the time thing. It shouldn't be like just around a special holiday. It's supposed to be all the time. Blessing said that's one of the reasons we're friends. Indeed. Indeed. Um, I enjoy being a human being. There are people that I say to certain people, "Oh, I'm not from this planet," because the way that you people are, there's no way that I was left on this planet with you all. um, but I do appreciate my stay here because I do feel like sometimes it takes one person to make a difference. Not sometimes, all the time. It takes one person to make a difference. And I think that, we're not going to be able to convince everybody of sometimes nothing at all, right? But I think that sometimes a smile or, you see somebody struggling with a bag. I mean, name it, I've done it. I've had strangers in my car. I've had strangers in my car. I've seen a lady struggling. Me and mommy were out walking one day, and this lady was struggling with her bags, and I ran home to get a car so I could drive her where she needed to go. It's weird. This is New York. Who does that? I do. But I think that I'm moving away because I know that God got me, right? Like I'm not walking around in fear saying it's a stranger, they can kill you. Okay, so can your sister. I mean, so my thing is just like again, I do for people because I feel like if I were in that position, I would hope that somebody would, be kind and extend, a hand. Um Veronica said, I have paid bus. Oh, she said I have paid bus dates. One time I kidnapped a hippie. My lord, the lady said, one time I kidnapped a hippie from the train station when he had an 8-year-old layover, an 8-hour layover in Syracuse. My lord. Oh my God. How was that experience with the hippie? She said, made him take the bus with me to my hometown so we could smoke a blunt. I'm not gonna lie. Veronica had a fun life. Veronica had a very carefree. I mean, that's fun. That's funny. That is funny. And I feel like when we have those experiences, just in that moment, because as far as we know, we may never see that person again, right? But the impact that you make, right? Because now Veronica has a story to tell us. Blessing said, a man, when I have a man money, and an old man said, I should have bought him food and said he made me angry because who am I to judge what a homeless man does with donated money? It's so hard to be on the streets. Um, it's true. I feel like I'm here in New York, um, and like I see all sorts of homeless, young, old, all sorts. And I think the ones that hurt me the most to my core are the veterans. I feel as if like there should be no homeless veterans anywhere in America. No place. I don't. I think is ridiculous. Um, but you know, the sad thing is there are people in New York who actually um, pretend to be homeless. They pretend to, they become, panhandlers, um, to play on the kindness of people. There are people who I've learned basically make it a profession and basically have their big old mansions. And so I think it makes it hard for New Yorkers to basically give in that capacity. But I tend to use my discernment. If somebody say they're hungry, then I'll take them to the store. Like, what you want to eat? I did that. I did that one year, about 3 years ago. There's a restaurant in Soho, in Manhattan. It's called Negril. It's called Negril because it's Negril, Jamaica. You know what I mean? Anyway, they used to have the first location was on 23rd Street. I don't remember what they call that area, but then they moved down into the village. And we went there to have my birthday dinner about 3 years ago. Excuse me. Unfortunately, we had to take the subway. And when we got out, um, we saw I was with mom, and we saw a lady, and she said that she was hungry and she wants something to eat. And I was like, "Well, what would you want? What would you like?" So because I think she asked for money. And I was like, "What do you need? What do you want to eat?" So we went to a deli that was nearby. And I said, "Go ahead, order what you want." So she ordered a sandwich. I don't remember what kind. And then she got a soda. Boom. And she decided she wanted chips. And then that lady had I said, "Do you want something?" She went and got some cookies and ice cream. I said, "Oh, okay." So then the cashier said, "Go ahead." He was saying, "Go ahead, get it." She got money. And I'm looking at him like, "You know me?" Because, no. So it was crazy because when she got her, so I did not get the ice cream. I did not get the ice cream. I got the cookies because I said the cookies will last longer. Um, so when she got her sandwich, I was annoyed because Bus had this lady basically, she was doing the most. When I tell you that lady started to go off on the cashier because you're like, I didn't know. I don't remember what kind of sandwich because I'm not really a sandwich type person. But let's pretend as if she wanted a turkey sandwich. Um, he gave her, like, let's say she wanted turkey on a roll because I don't remember the kind. I think she wanted a club. I don't remember, but she was complaining about the type of sandwich she got, and I thought to myself, "Well, ain't this something?" Here it is. I'm blessing you with this thing, and now you cussing out the man because he messed up your sandwich. New York. But nevertheless, because that's all I have to tell her, calm down, because my thing is it's fine, but at least say, basically express yourself in a more respectful manner, right? So that's what I like to do. I like to basically like help out in that way. Sometimes people actually do appreciate the food. I mean, now you have people in Manhattan saying, "Oh, if you have any spare change, I'll take a penny or a nickel or a dime." And it's like, okay. But did you have people be like, "You got $2?" One day this lady did that to me, and I'm like, "You just asked me down there." And she ran away because then she realized, "Oh yeah, I asked you already." It's New York. So Veronica said he came out from using the payphone. Thought I robbed him. Say what now? Lord have mercy. Um, Cynthia said, "Oh yes, swindle is ruining it for genuine people." Yes, when I tell you, I see like men well dressed, as in a suit with nice shoes, walk around. "Excuse me, can you spare $2?" What? What? But the thing is, some people who are unsuspecting, they'll basically give it because you have some people who are giving people. But I mean, I don't know. I just, that's what I would like to see happen. If I have to go back a few questions about like what I would like to see happen, I would like to see the veterans get the help that they need and deserve and earned. I feel like anyone who fights for this country deserves all of that and then some. They should get a house. They should get lifelong medical care. They should be in need or want of nothing because if not for their service, God only knows. God only knows. But I'm sitting on my soapbox. Actually, it's a stool, but we can call it a soapbox. Um, Christopher said there's a multimillionaire in Nashville who live on the streets. Make it wait on purpose? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Veronica said there was a panhandler in New York City who used to rob people in the summer with a water gun. When I tell you that this lady had the best stories and the best experiences, so she said there was a panhandler in New York City who used to rob people in the summer with a water gun in good fun. That's not fun. Well, back then maybe, yeah, because nowadays, Lord Jesus, people trigger happy. Mm. So she said I always bought him a bagel sandwich and soup from the hot and crusty. He was hilarious. That does sound funny. But you sadly like people can't even make like little jokes like that anymore. And that's why I told Kay that I ain't coming to Florida because Florida got open carry, and them lizards and iguanas and gators gonna have their own guns one of these days. I'm gonna stay right here, Nicole. It's almost 11 o'clock. Where are you again, Violet Crow? Because she's nearing midnight. Um, Veronica said, "I don't like being lied to. If you're asking for bus fare and it's for cigarettes, that's how I feel also. And that's why I respect when there have been times when people would ask for money, and I would like, what do you need it for? And they're like, I ain't gonna lie to you, I want to get a beer. I gotta respect it, because don't tell me you're gonna get food when you really want, to get beer. My thing is like I just don't want to, donate to someone who is abusing any kind of like substance. Because I do think that's sad, and that's one of the sad things to see around Manhattan now is people who are on, I think it's meth, I think. And I remember about 2 years ago, either 2 or 3 years ago. No, it was pre-COVID. Pre-COVID is the first time that I saw them near Penn Station. And I used to just, because I didn't know what it was. When I tell you that I'm very naive and I live with rose-colored glasses on, and I used to just walk by these, people, and they're like, "What's wrong with them?" And I was thinking they were sick. And then somebody eventually told me, "No, like it's meth." And I think there's a meth clinic near Penn. Don't know if it's still there, but it was just so sad to see them like laying on the ground or um, laying, because they have like these big like stone squares, right, for people to either. I think the purpose of when they first brought it was to basically be barricades so that people don't drive into certain places or whatever have you, where people sit on them. And I remember like just thinking how sad it was, because then it's a mixture of, the people who are strung out, and then there are people who are, what do you call it, veterans, and then you have other people young people, right, who got kicked out of their homes. And it's sad. I remember when I visited a cousin in Seattle who was out there working, and he was telling me that there's so many homeless people there, and I was like, really? Seattle's a beautiful place. Yeah, to me, Seattle is a beautiful place. A lot of hills. I love hills because I like to walk up hills, and sometimes run too. And he had mentioned that some people end up homeless because they go there and basically end up broken, basically stay. You have to stay. And I'm like, wait, what? But people are people. I feel as if like live and let live, just in a safe way. So Christopher said yes, panhandling. He created $300,000 in a year. Where do I sign up? I could never. There's something that I could never do because I just think it's dishonest. But you know what? I mean, kudos to him. Kudos to him. Cynthia said yes. Forgot you're a veteran. Yes. Yep. And so I think that's the problem is that they're not. I just feel as if like the veterans in this country are just not treated well. And the first time that I really got into, or I guess started to see the veterans in that capacity, because my brother served, like 2 tours. And the first time that I basically started to truly see them, like for what they do, is years ago. A cousin asked me to assist one of his cousins on his mom's side, because she had a veterans website. And so he asked me to basically help to redesign it. And so I had to do like a lot of research. And then doing my research and even just speaking with her, I learned a lot. And I was like, wow. Before then, when we have things to donate, clothing or whatever have you, shoes, there's a church in Brooklyn. I'm not a lazy girl, but when it comes to certain things, I'm a lazy girl. There's a church in Brooklyn you can call and it will come pick up, like if anything that you have to donate. I mean, I could drive it to the Goodwill, but why? There's a church that wants it. And when I learned about the veterans, that's when that all stopped. Because I went online and I was like, donate to veterans. And so I got mommy into doing that, before she moved here, moved over here. So anytime you have anything, that, because mommy was like, no, man, I carry out Jamaica. Let my people them live. You want to bring to Jamaica? And I was like, but you live here. And so I gave her their number. So when she was in Jersey, she, donated with them a few times. I mentioned them also to, like a friend, a colleague, and she did also, because I just feel as if like the veterans should be the first to be served, right? If there is a function, they should be the first to be served because they've already served us. If not for them, then, like our freedoms, I mean, our freedom is questioned right now anyway. But, the reality of it is they are the defenders, right? And so I've grown to respect them in a major, major way. When I have the courage, right? Because one of the things when I was doing my research to do the website, one of the things that I told myself I was going to start doing was when I see a veteran, I would say, thank you for your service. And it lasted a few, I think I just was able to do it because the courage was just not there. Like even when I see police officers, sometimes I want to thank them because they're not all bad, but sometimes the courage is just not there. But I have it in my heart. I do. I appreciate, people who serve. Happy New Year, Christopher. Cheer. Hold on. Let me put my glasses on and do New Year celebration for Tennessee. Cheers. Woo, woo, woo. Who fell off the chair? Oh, Christopher said I fell off the chair. Oh, the pier. I had to block. I fell off the pier in Atlantic City last year, New Year. How so, sir? How you do that? So Blessing said, yes, we liked Seattle too. It wasn't a clean city like Chicago and San Francisco. You know what? Where I stayed, it was, and I think that's why, because where my cousin was staying, it was nice. So that's why I didn't see the homelessness. But I guess because he was there and he was, like in and about, he saw it. So Blessing said, I'm going to wash off the stress of this year away and we'll come back to join everyone if you're also here. Okay, we'll be here because we're going to wait till no. I'm just joking. No. But yes, please do. You know what? And this is so I told myself that I was going to start there. So I'm going to do it today because it's the first. Sadie, see, these are the things that we learn in these communities. Sadie had, told us about cleansing our name in salt. So I've done that a few times, but I told myself that I'm going to do one today. And so I have my bowl over there that I'm going to basically use later. I'm going to write my names. So basically all of my names and all of my handles and all that on paper and place it in water and the salt and say my little prayer. That's what I'm going to do today. I'm also going to take a salt bath. Well, a salt shower. Because like Blessings, I'm going to wash it all off. I'm going to wash it all off because it is so important to protect the energy. I think, for me, one of the things that has made me successful with finding joy and keeping it is the choices that I have made in terms of boundaries and, like just not being around people. Child. It's a lot. But anyway, Christopher, I need you to tell us how you feel off the pier. Did you slip? Were you kind of like leaning on the banister and it what happened? Okay, so Cynthia said yes. Yep. You're welcome, Cynthia. Um, Veronica said I love spiritual baths. It's definitely a Scorpio thing. It is. It is. Mm. Right now I have one of my diffusers going with some frankincense in it. Tomorrow I think I'm gonna light up the house with my sage because I feel like I'm gonna need to be protected in 2026. I think sometimes we take things simple, right? Again, I'm grateful for the communities, the things that we learn. Um, because something we go into so I like going to Marshalls because they always have things on cheap. So the things that you would find in other places like like the salt, the what do you call it? The salt that you wash your body with. I'm old, so I can't remember everything all the time. So words slip me, but you know what I'm talking about. And so, excuse me, those things that we'll find places that would be, like more expensive. Find it for like $4.99 and $5.99. So I stocked up. So the other day when I went, I saw one of the pink Himalayan salt, and I was like, oh. So Mama was like, "But we have it." And I was like, "Well, we can use some more." Because I mean, yeah. So I'm definitely going to be taking my baths, doing my cleansing my name and taking my salt bath to basically begin this year so that I can basically just feel good going into this year, right? Because I do feel like 2026 is going to be a good year. Um, I feel as if like it's there are things on the horizon, and I'm anxious. I'm very anxious, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful for you all also. I'm happy that you all join me tonight so that we can celebrate good times. Come on. Will I get copyright struck for that? Because I mean I was off key. So yeah. Anyway, the next question is the next one is what's one word you're carrying into 2026? So my word for 2026 is consistency. Consistency brought me here. The live thing, the first time I went live was with Kay, and I was on my YouTube anniversary, which was May 15, 2025 was my first year. The second time we went live was with Kay by accident on her channel. And then after that is when I saw the video on Think Media podcast with Michael Zuber talking about going live for 50 days straight. And I had a mild internal meltdown. And I was like, 50 days seems a very bit aggressive. So I did 25. And then I said, okay, I'm going to keep going. And I did 52 days straight. And then after that, I started to come live more frequently. But I'm going to get back into doing my videos because I did enjoy. Let me tell you, one of the things that I enjoy the most in 2025. One of the things that I enjoy many things, but doing my 12 days of Christmas brought me so much joy. When I got down to and 5 cups of tea, I was singing that for days before and days after. I had such a good time. I had such a good time doing my 12 days of Christmas introvert style. um Cynthia laughing at my off key. Yes, I shouldn't get I shouldn't get struck for that because I was off key. They can't tell what music it was anyway. Veronica, no, Veronica, that's for you. You sing all day because you have a wonderful voice. So we come in, we'll listen to you. You can have a whole concert. But I'll say 5 cups of tea. And so that's why today I purposely decided to do 8 snacks for staying in. when I tell you that I enjoyed doing those videos, man, listen. And I'm already thinking, what am I doing next year? So this is the thing. Like people who are quiet, we have fun. Like we find we have fun in our own way. Like fun for us isn't, going out and, I mean, I don't get me wrong, there were times when I used to basically look forward to going somewhere for New Year's Eve, but I got older and got wiser. Like, not for me. But back then, when I look back, I realized that I really didn't love it then either because, like I just felt there were times when I was like, I really want to go home. But you're thinking it inside and you're just thinking, oh, having a great time. Wish I was home. And then you're waiting because you don't want to be the first one to say, hey, let's go. But you are so happy when somebody say, ready to go. And they're like, it's like, I remember basically having that feeling of somebody say, you ready? And I want to say, heck yeah. I was like, I mean, if you're ready, sure, yeah. Oh, have mercy, the struggles. People do not understand the struggles that introverts put. Oh, child. I mean, I'm grateful that I had those experiences because those experiences allow me to learn myself and allow me to basically know what I like and don't like. Because if you don't try something, that's not true. I was about to say if you don't like something, if you don't try something, how you gonna know? But I don't agree with that. Seven of us was six and one joined late. Went out on Saturday night because the mentor for the real estate group, well, former, because it's kind of closed now, but he's gonna restart it at some point. But anyway, I was kind of on his team per se, and then he asked me sometime in early December to see if like we can get together. Those of us here in New York, not a big thing whatsoever have you. So I successfully gathered 7 people. Well, it was seven of us in total. And when we went to an Italian restaurant. The food was banging, Graziella's on Vanderbilt in Brooklyn. And when they decided to order, because it's family style and all that, but I don't agree with family style because I don't eat what they eat. So anyway, I went in knowing that I wanted a calzone because it's been a many years since I've had a calzone. Before we went, I said, let me look at this menu, let me see what I want. Because when there's too many options, then it's like you're going over and it's like, oh, there's so many things. When I saw a calzone, I was like, that's what I'm having. And when they got there, they were trying to decide. So they got mussels and they got calamari. And I was like, I have me some meatballs. That's for the appetizer. So when they're passing it around, they're like, you don't want it? Like, no. They're like, you don't like it? No. What you don't you like? You don't like the taste? I've never had it. They're like, but how you don't like it if you don't try it? Man, I like it. I'm not one to try food. I love food. I am a foodie to the core. But there's some things for me, I'm a basic girl, right? I told one of my Asian friends years ago, because we went to Koreatown in Manhattan and they ordered all these things, right? And I was like, I'm gonna just have some chicken. Don't judge me. um, and one of my friends, she's deceased and she passed away in 2025. And she was like, oh, Antonia, try this. And I was like, what's in it? And I'm looking and I took it up. I dipped my fork in it and I was bringing it up this way. And I was like, why do I look like a piece of little squid? And I was like, oh, hell no. And she was like, no, that's fine. No, it's not fine. And I said, you know what? I will never come to your house. I will never come to your house because you would trick me. And I was like, I'm going to have me a salad. I don't remember what I had, but I didn't have what they were having. I'm not a trier of foods, okay? Because I love my food, but I love what I like, and I like basic. Um, I remember years ago, somebody was having something or said they were going to have something. I was like, ooh, and I was like, yeah, but you eat goat. They said to me, and I was like, okay, so, and I was like, oh yeah, not everybody eats goat. I'm having goat tomorrow, by the way. I season my goat for my curry goat tomorrow. And then from that day on, I realized, we all like what we like, right? But my mentor on Saturday, he wasn't trying to take no for an answer. And I was like, oh, you don't know who this is. I don't do peer pressure. I do not do peer pressure. I likes what I likes, and that's it. And so, I'm not somebody who tests food or anything like that. I remember one time when we were young. I think we were in high school, maybe, and one of my best friends, her mom prepared frog legs, but I eat goat, so and when she told us, I said, so she was like, "Oh no." So I said, "How'd you do that?" So she said she went home and her mom fried these things or whatever have you, and because she's the type of person that she would eat first and then say, "Oh, what was that?" I'm not doing that. I mean, I need to know who cooked it, even before trying it. But anyway, she said she asked her mom, "What's that?" Her mom said, "Oh, go ahead and try it." And she ate it. And she's like, "This is good." And her mom says, frog legs." I said, "Girl, you better than me. You are better than me." She's like, "No, it tastes like chicken. I don't want anything that tastes like anything. I want the real thing." God bless vegans and all them people. One day somebody said, "Oh, but it is tofu. It tastes like curry chicken." Why do I want something that tastes like curry chicken? I want curry chicken. I mean, that's just me. um, oh, so Christopher said he fell off because he said, "I drank a fifth in 2 minutes." I don't know what a fifth is. I think I've heard of it before. I guess that must be a quantity, but I know 2 minutes is a very short time. Lord have mercy. And he said, "I tried to tie my shoes." Trying to tie his shoes. I hope you didn't get hurt. I hope you didn't get hurt. The one thing that I can say, as a non-drinker, I love to spectate. I love to watch them get drunk and act a fool. But you know what? They're having fun in their own way, and I am in mine. I've always been the designated driver. Um, I've been told by people, "Oh, I don't trust people who don't drink." And I'm like, "What? But I can drive you home." I never understood it then, and I don't think I ever will. Okay. Veronica said, "I'm all snacked out, and I definitely think I'll do the 12 decks again. I love the collective readings. It's fun. I think it's fun, I think, because for me, sometimes like when you don't see me in the chat, which is most time, I'm busy doing something. So tonight when you were there doing your live, I think you were on for maybe like 5 hours, 4.5, maybe 5 hours. And I got so much done. Um, I was here because I did the video during the day, the one of me talking to my little self. And so I don't remember where I was when you started, but I didn't join right away. Oh, I went to the store. I went to the store to get my guacamole and some strawberries. Oh, I didn't even have any strawberries just now. Hold on, sorry. Oh, well, that's how the introvert brain works, right? At least mine. We should be having a conversation and always saying, oh. And then my mom would be like, "You just said like you started 5 different sentences." I know, and I'm gonna respond to all of them right now. What was I saying? Just kidding. So when Veronica was on, um, I was trying to work on do the thumbnail and trying to find the right background music because I wanted to I'm trying to get into doing those things. And that's why I love doing lives, because when you do live, you don't have to worry about any of that. You don't have to worry about the music. You don't have to worry about editing. It is what it is. I mean, I'm on live here trying to order Uber for my mom. She got home a while ago, by the way. And I have to worry about cutting it out or anything like that. But nevertheless, so while Veronica was doing her live, that's I Inspired Tara, by the way. I was working on my thumb. Well, I went to the grocery. No, I wasn't on when I went to the grocery store. When I came back, I was working on my live. It was crazy. The thumbnail for the video that I did talking about my little self. And it was funny because I took the goat out the fridge because it took it out the freezer yesterday, left it in the fridge overnight. I took it out the fridge to thaw, and then it got thawed, and mommy put it back in the fridge. But it wasn't thawed all the way because I was like, "Why'd you put it back? Because the bill's gonna be hot." And Lord knows, when I tell you that my fingertips were numb by the time I finished. But so anyway, I was doing all these things while Veronica was doing her live. So by the time she finished. I think I had just about finished. Yeah, mommy left. Did she? I can't remember if mommy left while she was still, because mommy went to the service, to midnight mass, to New Year's Eve service. And I remember that I was working on putting to basically scheduling some content in Metricool. So Metricool is a great app, y'all. There you go. There you go, like just going go a different way. Metricool is a great app. I love Metricool because I need to one day basically talk about all the tools that I use that help me to basically get here. Success wise. No, success wise. Um, and Metricool is one of them. I don't really love to come on camera all the time or record all the time, but in the mornings I do my affirmation videos for I am Antonia Allen on Instagram, and then I do my today's mood and all my other little fun stuff on I am the introvert whisperer on Instagram and TikTok. And so sometimes, like I will schedule the caption and hashtags for the month. So this way, when I record a video, I can just basically load and be done with it. There are other videos that if I do it in advance and I basically schedule it and all that, because it basically takes all the, because I overthink everything. I overthink everything. I'm working on it, but it's there. It's one of the byproducts of being an introvert. Overthinking. But I love it. Um, I'm getting better. I am getting better at it though, because I have missed opportunities because of the overthinking. I don't even know why I started this. All right. So while Veronica was doing her live, I got so much done. And that's what happens, whether it's Veronica's live or Kay's live or Sadie's live, I'm always in the background doing something. So sometimes I'm not able to participate in the chat all the time. And that reminds me, yesterday, by accident, because yesterday I was actually working late, the 9 to 5 late, that sometimes is 9 to whenever. And I accidentally kicked somebody out the chat because I saw somebody put which, and I was like, which where? And I blocked them. And I realized that they were actually, family, family to the community. Like I felt so bad. But immediately I thought I undid what I thought I basically fixed it. And I said to myself, that's what you get. You should have basically stayed your behind over here, work it and focus over here. But I mean, we be doing some things like that. But saying all that to say that, sometimes when I'm on, I go one to support and two just to learn, right? Because there's so many people going through things. And I'm not gonna lie, there are times when, Veronica is reading somebody and I'm like, here's my reading. Because sometimes it resonates, right? And then other times, there are people who are on their journey, like maybe like the beginning part. And when Veronica started to say things that would have resonated with me like last year or the year before, I'm like, wow. Because then I realized just how far I've come. And so I appreciate being in the communities for that reason, right? Because, like you get to just learn, get to learn about yourself. You get to learn, about other people, the struggles. Because sometimes we look at people and we're like, oh, man, I would have done left that man long time. I would have done left. And the thing is, it's not that easy. Like not everyone, has the strength. Because I think sometimes it's to build the courage. Like because I live on YouTube for entertainment, for hair tips, and because I have my own personal homes, because I have a few channels here on YouTube, like you see a lot, you see videos. Like I was watching, someone was sharing someone else's video last week where this lady was crying. She's like, I hate being married. I can't wait to be single again. I'm like, dang, nabbit. And she was like, she's been married to this guy for 10 years. And I'm thinking, so what if he see this video? you know, and some people in the comment were like, well, why don't you just leave? And I think sometimes it's not that easy to leave, right? But I feel like sometimes, I mean, if I hated anything, I'm not going to tell the world because I don't need them to know. I don't need them to know, right? And I realize that for some people, it's easy to say things like, "Well, just leave," right? Um, I think that I'll probably be one of those people that are like, "Well, just leave," right? Because I've already done, the work to get to this place where I realize now that it's easy to just leave, right? But when you haven't done the work on yourself, when you haven't, when you don't have the um I don't know, the resources, when you don't have the courage, when you don't have the strength, it's not that easy. And so that's why I feel like having communities and, seeing, different perspectives, it helps. Like it helps so that you can learn, right? The good thing about the time that we're living in now is that there is so many places that have information that they're sharing, right? So you could pick up what you need from here, pick up it's like going to the grocery store. You go on YouTube, go to the grocery store to get educated on everything, right? But it's up to you to basically use your discernment to see like what fits and what doesn't. Like, so basically you pick up an orange or whatsoever, have you don't like it, put it back. Or maybe not, because you're touching things. Anyway, you know what I mean? Um Veronica said, "Oh my God, my ex-boyfriend always wants to leave last. Um, it was never going to work out. Girl, child, no. That leaving last. Mm-mm. I like to get there first in, first out. That's an accounting thing, right? I get here first. I guess to leave first, and I do because usually when I get there, so if somebody has an event and it starts at 7 o'clock, I'm the one there minutes to 7 because I don't want to be late. But then when I get there, I realize, oh, this one of them things where yeah, I have black people time. I'm not one of them people. So what happens is I basically end up helping in the kitchen, helping to set up, helping to put the balloon, whatever, whatever. And by the time the party really starts, guess who's leaving? I already was here, bye, and I leave. Because my thing is just like, look, sorry, the time is the time. So for me, and I don't mind it. Like when I said, "Oh, I gotta go catch my train," though, maybe next time. Not even thinking, "Oh," and I get on the I get on the train. Excuse me. I get on the train or the bus or driving, and I start to think, "Oh, thank God." And when I get home, I'll think to myself, "Oh my God, I could still be there." So, last person, no way. Veronica said, 5 hours. LOL, you were right. I looked at the wrong video. It was 5 hours. I think you started at like 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock or somewhere thereabouts. Because I remember when I saw the notification, I was like, what? I mean, I'm a lush. What can I say? Cheers. Sorry. Um, yes, Veronica. That I feel like that's the whole point. So Veronica said, we get to show people growth is attainable, and it is. I used to be one of those people that thought that, well, this is my life. Like, I'm gonna always be behind the scenes. I'm gonna always be awkward. I'm gonna always be weird. I mean, I'm still all of those things, but I own it, right? And I have chosen to allow myself to step outside of my comfort zone to enjoy life. The comfort zone is always there, don't get me wrong. But I do enjoy life on this side. I do enjoy that I'm living it on my terms. I do enjoy that I am basically crafting my story, right? And showing other people who are quiet, awkward, weird, all of the above, that you can live on your own terms, right? You can, basically not have fear of what they will say. Because the only, like, I really can't. I remember, like, when people used to be like, I don't care. And I used to be like, oh my God, like, how can you say that? And there were times when I would say to my mom, oh, I wish I was like my sister and didn't care. Because when she said, I don't care, she didn't care. I hardly used to say, I don't care. But now I don't care. I think, there's some people who come out the womb already. They come out like basically like warriors, right? They have their voice. Their confidence is through the roof. And that wasn't me. I'm a late bloomer. But I'm happy that I'm arriving now, though. I really am, because I've learned so much. And One of the greatest compliments that I received recently. Well, it's not one. I feel like a few different people have told me this, but sometimes it all depends on who the messenger is. And last week I was exchanging conversation via text on my phone with an elder cousin, and I guess the science that I was dropping, it was resonating. He was picking up what I was putting down, and he was like, he said something like, like, I appreciate, like your perspective or something to that effect. And then he said, you know, you can actually, um, do consulting. And I'm like, mommy, guess what he said? And then he said, I will pay you. And I said, when you want to start? I did. I said, when you want to start? And we're working on it. Even if it doesn't work out, though, that it taught me, the message in that was that I'm doing something right, right? So what I've learned, I'm able to now use my experience as um, content, right? As the band-aid, as the pill, as a thing, it's my experience, is allowing me to basically find the words to help somebody else, right? And it doesn't matter if they're, well established or not, right? Because everybody needs help at some point, right? I do have colleagues. One of them said, "You should be a speaker," and I was like, "Bite your tongue," and I was like, "But I'm on my way there." Because I remember when I started the mentorship group in the first conference at a mega conference in Florida, and I was scared. I was so scared to attend to so many people, and oh Lord. Um, and I remember when I was leaving the day of the last stage, appearances of people, and I remember I was leaving the room, and I said to my human crush that came with me, I said, one of these days I'm going to be on that stage. I don't even know why I said that, because that was crazy. But the following year I was on that stage. Following year I was on that stage. Well, not exactly that stage, because the next year we had it in Atlanta, but I was on the stage, because, and it just so happens that my birthday fell, because I don't really celebrate my birthday the traditional way. I don't do the big, I need mine to be nice and quiet in my way. But that year in particular, it just so happens that my birthday fell on the day of one of the, like the speaking, events that they had, right? And I remember that one of the mentors, because I was sitting right up front in my hot pink suit and my nice looking afro going on. And then he said, "We have a birthday girl in the crowd." And I was like, "Who?" And he called me out. He was like, "The introvert whisperer." And I was like, "Oh my God." So there's a room of 300 people, mostly strangers, right? Because people came to basically, get what they were offering, in terms of services or whatever have you. And to be in a room where over 300 people, sang happy birthday to you, it was amazing. I really felt special in that moment. Um, and then they called some of us on stage, some of the mentees on stage, to speak about our experiences. And I thought to myself, well, dag nabbit, last year, this time I was talking about, I'm going to be on that stage one day. And, I went up and I basically did my thing. People clapped. And I was like, and I felt proud of myself, right? Because I did that. But it happened in stages, right? Because they were teaching us how to, come outside of our comfort zone, and, how to have your 1 minute pitch. At the time, I'm like, what am I pitching? My t-shirt business? Because I thought that's what it was. But then eventually the introvert whisperer basically came, and I was like, wow. And then I ended up saying to somebody, I'm gonna do a TED talk one day. So when the person at work said to me, you should be a speaker, and I'm like, oh, I'm working on it. But I feel like that's how we manifest things, right? We, you know, talk about the things that we want to do and basically work towards it, because it doesn't just happen miraculously, right? It happens because you work towards that thing, right? So our little tree here, I sent a picture of what it really looks like when it ain't because it doesn't have the base. So I sent a picture of it to Kay to show her what was going on because it wouldn't stand up. I didn't have the base. I bought this tree at Dollar Tree a number of years ago, and I took it out when I started to think of when I started to brainstorm my 12 days of Christmas, and the thing was falling over, and I was trying to figure out how am I gonna get it to stand up because I got it to stand up because I basically Jimmy. I'm a Jamaican, so I Jimmy rigged something to make it stand up. But then days after, I was like, what am I gonna do? And then somebody in the house was kind enough to put it in this gingerbread cup. You know what's in the cup? Coins, pennies, quarters, nickels, and dimes. And I was like, oh, this is my money tree. This is my money tree. And so I feel like sometimes, we don't really see the blessings because it's small or, like they may be insignificant. And ever since that day, I was like, that's my money tree. And so I'm thinking I'm going to keep it up, right? Because money don't grow on tree, right? But what I realize now, right, is that everything that we want is out there for the taking. Um, we see that there are people in certain places doing certain things that they shouldn't be able to do. But the reality of it is, when you want something bad enough, you work towards it and you get it, right? Now, what you do with it is another thing, but nevertheless. So I feel like for me, I am daring myself to basically do more, be better, go farther. I remember the first time that I saw Martha Stewart, and Martha's, I think it was a commercial on YouTube, and she's like, I started my business when I was 50 years old. I say what now? And I'm like, okay, so I'm on time. And that's the thing, like when people say it's never too late to start, it really isn't. It really is not. I think that, we have some people, some of us start later in life, and it doesn't mean that we cannot be successful. I know I'm going to be successful, and I know you're going to be successful too. So what you waiting on? What you waiting on? Kay said, use cutlass and clear path. Oh, the butterfly. Yes. Veronica said, I feel like that's also a Scorpio thing. Observe quietly from under the rock. Hey, child. Who, child? I mean, it is true. I feel as if, like, one of the things that they say about introverts is that we see a lot, but we do not say anything. And that is me to the core. But I'm now at a space where, because before I used to basically, I don't want to say punish myself, but I feel like sometimes we have self-inflicted wounds. People, the saying says, people when people tell you how you're supposed to believe them. And now I am now believing that because there are people who I loved so much and I allowed them to just tell me whatever and I would believe it like a fool, right? Because the thing is, I always say, like, I don't also understand, like, why people have to lie, right? Just say what it is. So I tell people, it's like, do not, whatever you do not lie to me. Tell me the truth and allow me to process it and deal with it how I want to, right? Because at the end of the day, if you tell me a lie and I find out the truth, the relationship is dead. Because my thing is, it's like, I don't know how to ever be able to trust you again, right? Because, I mean, that's just how it is, right? And so for me, yes, I think that we do, we observe a lot and we basically put it in our back pocket. And now, like, I'm using it as the fuel, right? So now when I look back and I think about, like some people and, I don't know, I guess the lies they tell, because I feel like sometimes people tell lie because they don't want to hurt or they don't want to, I don't know. It's dumb. I don't like it. It's stupid. So for me, it's like, nah. Next. Next. You know what? In 2026, I want my turtle though. Hi, Miss Tazzy. Miss Tazzy C. Hi, welcome. Please like my video. And so going back to Christopher, when like when he said where he lives, I think that is a beautiful thing. I think that there are times when I wonder, could I live in a wilderness somewhere? I mean, me who don't like creatures, I'll probably be like, What's that? But I feel like I just like peace. One of the things that I remember that I used to always tell people is like, I just want a simple life. For years. I said, I just want a simple life. I want to live someplace warm. It could be on a beach. I can have like a little hut with a hammock. I don't care. And for money, I don't mind sweeping the beach because for me, I just want peace. I just want peace. You know what I'm saying? So for me, like, I think that, sometimes we chase things and it's like, nah. Oh my God, Christopher, that's my dream. Christopher said my closest neighbor is 3 miles away. Lord have mercy. God bless you. God bless you. Veronica said learning to accept compliments can be hard. Can be, they are. I mean, I just got here. I used to always think, who are you talking to? Like when people used to say, oh, you're so beautiful, where at? Now, you know what's funny? Sometime last year in 2025, I'm starting to say last year already. I was walking on the street and I saw two young adults. They could have been like late teens, I don't even know. And the older one, because there was a boy and a girl. I'm guessing they were siblings. And the boy said, "You're so beautiful," and I was like, "Thank you." I feel like compliments from children are different from compliments from adults because I feel like kids don't lie. And I felt so blessed in that moment. That's like a little child told me I was all beautiful. So I came home and I told mom. Mommy thinks that I'm crazy sometimes, but it's fine. Because I know that God knows that I am special. I feel like people who are not special thinks that people who are special are crazy. My liquor's kicking in. Just kidding. Bontanellis. I bought a 4 pack. Now I will say this: I really don't love Martinelli's because I feel like it's sweet. Because I don't really love sweets. I don't really love sugar, but it's what they have for us non-alcoholic people. But it serves its purpose. But I tell you, anytime I have it, I feel like the next day I have a hangover. That's the weirdest thing. I'll wake up with a headache, and I'll tell people, I'll say to my friends like, "I have a hangover." They're like, "What are you talking about? You don't even drink." I know, but I still have a hangover. And then the other day, I learned that there is such a thing called an introvert hangover. Mhm. So we do have hangovers. Um, Violet Crow said sugar rush. I think that's exactly what it is. um, but I don't know. I hope that for 2026 that we will all find happiness and joy that will be lasting. Um, accepting compliments is a part of the journey. And to be, quite transparent, I used to always think that I was basic because I don't do the whole makeup thing. You might catch me in mascara and maybe some eyeshadows, like if I'm going out, but that's about it. Because the other stuff to me is like, it's just too much work. And my thing is, I like my clothes. I want to see it messed up because there are times when some people, like if I have on something white and they come and hug me next, their makeup is like, eh. But for me, like, I don't know how to apply it and all of that. So whatever. And so for me, like, I used to always just see myself as basic. I can dress. I mean, that's my thing. Like I love to basically look nice, right? So if you follow me on Instagram, then you'll see some of me in my ties or my, whatever. I love to get dressed. And like when people used to say to me, "Oh, you're so beautiful," or this, and I used to look around like, "Who are you talking to?" But I feel as if like when I started to see beauty in my mirror is when I was able to start to accept the compliments, right? Because I do believe that everything is from within: love, happiness, beauty. And I realized that not the happier that I become, the more beautiful the reflection that I see in my mirror. So I feel as if like when I was basically going through my sad era, my depressed era, I could never see, beauty. And I remember like one day I was looking at a photo, I was like, "Oh my God, I'm cute." And my mom said, "You just realized that?" I'm like, "Yeah." So I think that it's one of those things that, like we have to work on. Life is a journey, and I, for me, I don't know. Like I used to, I've never been jealous of my sister, right? The one thing that I wish though was that I had, and I used to say to Mama, I wish I had an ounce of her courage, because my sister's the walk in the room and she's talking to everybody. I'm the person walk in the room and find the quickest corner, and that's where you're gonna find me. Otherwise, like if I go with someone and I'm right up under them like this, right? And one of the things that I don't like though is going places with people, because then if they're a social butterfly, they get in there and they try to basically fly all over the place, and I'm just sitting there looking awkward and feeling like, why did I come? And I tell myself, I would never go out with them again. Next thing you know, they ask, hey, you want to go out? Okay, sure. Because I don't know how to say no. But I know how to say no now. No, I don't want to go nowhere. I have my own party. It's called life though, and I love it. I loved my journey. I love my journey so far because I'm allowing myself to just be. I'm allowing myself to um, enter spaces that I used to feel like was off limits. I'm allowing myself to sit at tables, even if I don't want to be there. I'm allowing myself to sit at the table just to prove that I can be there. And if they don't want me at their table, I'm gonna make my own table. That's why I have my own channel. Just kidding. Hey. Um, and so okay, so Cynthia said, same. I got a bunch of makeup hoping to learn, have it. It's hard. And you know what? I have a cousin. She is beautiful. And she used to work for Sephora. She resigned the other day because she decided to, go into a different career path. Took a different career path. And she has a beautiful, fresh face, but when she puts on her makeup, it just looks like one of Kay's artwork. Like when I tell you, beautiful. And I remember asking her, like if she does, makeup. She's like, only my own. Like the younger version of me, basically introvert. And so everything was like, I don't want to do anybody's because I don't want to mess it up and da 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 da. And I'm like, no, but you're really good. Um, but like I used to I admire people who actually, like do, the whole makeup thing. For me, I like to just go about my business, like I'm so happy that, because I used to have nice long permed hair, but then I cut it off, like during COVID, because that lady that was doing it damaged it. But then I've come to realize now that she didn't damage it. Because so many people kept saying to me, oh, you should go natural. I'm like, natural? This is my natural hair growing out of my natural scalp. And then I realized that, okay, when it was damaged, it was right before the shutdown. And I was like, what am I gonna do? Because I once started to go to this other hairdresser, and I was like, just cut it, just cut it. Because back in the day, I used to have like pixie cut or, like back shaved clean, and like a asymmetrical cut like this. And the lady was like, no, we'll just treat it so it can grow. And I was like, oh. So then I didn't have to, but I chose to get braids to kind of like just allow it to do what it needed to do. And then the salons were shut. And then by the time the salons were open, I was like, chop it off. But then last year when I look back, I said, you know what? It was God's intention for me to go natural. And all these people that he kept telling to come and tell her, and no, I got my natural hair going on my natural scalp. We're like, oh, okay. And when I tell you my hair was damaged, my hair, like when I look back at pictures and I see how full and lush and long and just nice and shiny my hair was, and then all of a sudden it started to, I'm like, what's going on? But what I realized, what the second hairdresser told me was that in some places it was over processed, in other places it was under processed, and so therefore it was like just not good. Sometimes change is hard, and sometimes in order for us to change, God makes it very uncomfortable so that you have no choice. And so I'm choosing to learn how to just embrace whatever comes along, right? Because the reality of it is what we're going through right now, whatever it may be for you, it could be worse. Right? So I'm just basically like just taking it easy. I saw a video today and it said, in 2026, I'm gonna just go with the flow. And it's someone in a couch. I can't remember if they had a paddle, but I remember they were in a red couch, and it was basically water. And I realized it was from one of the floods. I think it might have been Puerto Rico. And they were basically like just floating down the road in, like in the water. And it was a Scorpio meme, like Scorpio 2026. We just go basically like just, go with the flow. And I realized that that's just how life is. That's how life is supposed to be. We're not supposed to basically take all the burden on and woe is me and how this and how that, because I've for the most part, I've always pretty much been that person, be like, well, I mean, it is what it is. What you gonna do? Because it is. Um, Cynthia said, oh yeah, she said the makeup. Christopher said, huge upgrades for anyone this year. Crazy energy. For real, Christopher, that's what I'm saying, son. I just feel as if like we need to go into this year excited. I was so excited from a month ago. Like, I can't wait for 2026 to get here. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's just another day. It's just the next day. But it's like, it's a beautiful thing to think that you turn the calendar and it's a fresh slate because it's a new year. We're back at January 1st. So basically, look back at 2025 and think about all the things that you did correctly, the things that you didn't do correctly. But them things that you didn't do correctly, those are the listen. I feel like that's where the key is. The things one of my mentors said, you should love to fail. I remember when he first said, I'm like, who the hell want to fail? But then I understood what he meant. Because when you fail, you grow. You know what I mean? Like when when I was younger living in Jersey before I moved to New York, mommy went to Newark. I think she went to Newark to go and renew her passport, something like that. I don't even remember. And she took a bus. She took forever to come home. I mean, that was the first time that she was going. We didn't know how long it was supposed to take, but I just knew it would take a long time. So when she got home, she said she got lost. But then she found a new shopping spot. We lived in Hackensack. She was in Newark. And so we started to take the bus to go to Newark on Saturday to shop on Broad Street. So it was a happy accident that she got lost. And the reason why she got lost is because she thought that the bus back to Hackensack was going to be across the street from where the bus let her off, but it was in a totally different area. So I feel like that's how life is. I think sometimes we think that, oh my gosh, how is this? But then we're not seeing that this is one of those things called a lesson, and we're supposed to learn from it, and we're supposed to grow from it. But we're so busy looking at, the way that we feel right now that we're not realizing that no, this is a blessing. And so I welcome the failures. I welcome all of the bad things because I grow from those things. That's just how it is. Thank you, Veronica. Veronica said, I love you here. I love it now too. I do. I've grown to, because there was a point in time when I couldn't stand it. I always tell people, listen, my hair is also introverted. If this thing, if you say water around it, it goes right over my scalp because my hair shrinks. There are people who don't like when their hair shrinks. I don't mind. I mean, that's just my hair. It is fine. The only time that I mind is if I'm trying to wear my afro out and then, like if there is a sprinkle outside and it starts to be see, but I mean, it's hair. It is what it is. I don't care. Um, but one of the things that in the beginning, I mean, like now it's not as bad, but there are different textures in my hair. And so I tell people that this right here is in the tension. This one stays in the tension because it's always dry and it's the slowest to grow. But back here, I love it because it keeps the curls. And in here is like a mix. So I'm enjoying the natural girly laugh. It's nice to basically just pick up and go. There was a point in time when I didn't like it because I used to feel like I look crazy. I would look at my morning videos. I'm like, why am I here look like that? And then I got to word like, it's here. What am I going? What am I going to do? Wear a hat? Violet Crow said, me in Minnesota Standard Time. Oh, it's almost New Year's for Minnesota. 3 minutes countdown, y'all. Oh, 3 minutes. I feel like this is the wonderful thing about this whole New Year's thing. Because you get online from in the afternoon and it's like, it's New Year's in China, it's New Year's in India, it's New Year's in England, it's New Year's. And it's so wonderful because then you start texting people wherever, Happy New Year. So this is a big countdown. We got 2 more minutes and we're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate for Minnesota. Time for a snack. Oh, at 1:59, I'm gonna get ready with my lights. I thought I was gonna miss my music tonight, but I don't because I'm enjoying this conversation. Oh, I think I have 1 or 2 more questions. I'll ask the question after we celebrate for Colorado. Colorado. Veronica said I just took my vitamins. Does that count? It depends. What kind of vitamins? When we get to 10, 9. Oh, wow. I guess I should look at my clock. Veronica says CBD. So wait, Violet Coat, you had your vitamins too? See, that's the thing. When you're home, you can take your vitamins. It is New Year's in Colorado. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Okay, that's enough. Happy New Year, Violet Crow. Oh my goodness. Happy New Year. What a wonderful way to break in the New Year. I mean, I was going to have my party anyway by myself. But on that live is when I think I first mentioned New Year's Eve party. But if we were not here together, we'd be all doing whatever we do, whether it's sleeping, having vitamins. Well, whatever it is, we would have been home. Oh gosh. Kay said my dogs are CBD'd up. Happy New Year. That's funny. That is too funny. What they doing? What did them get some Jamaican recipe? Uh-huh. Veronica said, if I can last until California, I'm so old. Oh, yes, we at 2:00. Oh, this is nice, guys. I appreciate it. This is fun. Oh, I think I have like 1 or 2 more questions. Oh, I think the one before was what one word are you carrying into 2026? The last question is, how are you feeling right now? Excited, calm, hopeful, or just here? I am excited. I am hopeful. I am glad to be here. Not just here. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that you're here with me. Yes, Kate, only the best. I saw you, I think it was Instagram video. Violet Crow said, I'm headed to bed because I'm old. I saw a video of someone. This is the thing about mobile phones. And someone recorded someone who I guess was wasted. And the caption said, this is the result of drinking Ray and Nephew rum. Ray and Ray and Nephew rum. So if you don't know, Ray and Nephew is Jamaican white rum. It's overproof. I don't drink. I wouldn't drink it. There are times when if I have a cold or whatever have you, mommy be like, well, you see, if you drink, you could have drink some of this, it'd be fine. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be sick. But in the video, the young man was kind of like almost in a fetal position in dried leaves. And he was just not well, right? Not well. And so people in the comment, of course, were having a jolly old good time. Like, man, all he needs to do is to drink some coconut water and he'll be fine. Somebody like, mm-hmm. And then somebody else was like, if you can't handle it. And my thing is just like, what's crazy about this is his friend is recording it and posting it. I think that's a violation. What you think? I feel like, if we're friends, you're not, I don't, But I thought to myself, when he wakes up in the morning, Lord have mercy. But I said, when I showed mommy, I said, the sad thing about it is he's probably one of those people like, well, I'm going to try it again tomorrow. Good night, Violet Crow. Thank you so much for stopping in and spending the time with us as we roll out. Kay said, I am always hopeful for humanity. Exactly, right? I just feel as if like it just takes one person, right? One person to change their ways and basically be kind. Blessing says, yay, you all are still here. I'm so happy. Oh, yes, well, welcome back, Blessings. So, Blessing, we just celebrated Violet Crow because she's out in Colorado and it was New Year's just came for them. So, I'm excited that we were able to do that with her. And then we celebrated with Christopher earlier because he's in Tennessee. Oh, okay. So, Veronica said, my mom used to swear by ginger brandy when sick. That's the thing. Like they all have their little home remedies that actually works, right? There's no Tylenol or Advil or Aleve. It's like, go get this bush tea or go get this white rum or whatever have you. Go get some brandy. And they all worked. Cynthia said, that's disgusting and it is. It was. I felt bad for the young man. Thankfully, he didn't show the person's face. But nevertheless, I just think that like when people record people when they're having a moment, I just think it's wrong because I always think, well, what if it were you? And I think that's one of the things that makes me not love social media. I actually thought about it today. I think I'm going to record a video because I said, man, social media and I have an understanding. I post, but I don't stay. I post and I leave. Like I'm one of those people. Like I'm the mailman. I come dropping. I'm out. We're not having tea. And that's just how I like my social media. I mean, YouTube. I spend a lot of time on YouTube. Whether it's share my own video or basically consumption. One of the videos. There's a channel that I've been watching lately. It's called. I think it's called The Gifted Event or A Gifted Event. And there's a man somewhere in Ohio who is a barber. And he cuts hair for special needs children. And when I tell you that anytime his videos pop up, I'm on it, right? Because it's so wonderful to see how he interact with these children, how he's able to get the children to trust him to cut their hair because then you get to see like the different children that has special needs. And there was a young man that went in and he couldn't because he does this thing where he goes and say, give me a high five, and then he'll allow them to feel the clippers. And he's like, feel that? And then he'll put it, he's like, you put it here, here, here. So by me watching his show, I'm starting to understand, right? Why? Because then the being like, why are you doing that? And you put it here, and he's like, you feel that? You feel that? And I guess it's to help them to realize that it's not meant to hurt them, right? But there's some that are so sensitive. Like I was watching one of twin boys this morning, and because usually he'll have the parents sit, behind, because then he doesn't want the parents to distract so that he can focus. And because then if the parent, the child might be distracted by the parent. But it all depends on the child's needs. When I tell you that today, a couple went in with their twin sons, and they have hair like mine. And the first one that went into the chair, um, he would not. He was like, mm-mm. And he was the hand. He's basically moving his hand, and the dad had to go and hold the kid. Like he held, and oh my God, the poor baby cried. He 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 cried. And meanwhile, the barber was like, I know, I know, I know. I'm sorry. I know, I know. He's doing his thing. And by the time the first one finished, it was like 95% finished because he wanted to go back and do the lines. It was time for the second one. And I thought to myself, if I was the second one, I'd be like, y'all I'm not getting your chair. So the second one got in the chair, and he was worse than the first because the barber ended up saying he's strong because he was like and eventually they were able to get his hair trimmed also. And funny enough, like the first one, somehow or another got like I guess after going through the process and sitting with for a while, he was able to relax. And so he was okay getting back in the chair, and he sat there quietly as like he lined him up. The second, no, that was the first one. The second one, he would not even look at the chair. He was like, oh no. So he had to have the mom hold him, and it was just, and I was like, wow. And then you realize that there's so many parents who are blessed with these special need children. And like it's a lot of work, a lot of patience. The world is so unkind that they good night, Christopher. The world is so unkind that they are mean, right? This one mother came with her son, and she said that because the reason why he has the videos is so that people can see that there are people out there who are able to care for special needs children. And so the services that he provides for the special needs children is free, right? So he gets donations from us, right? And so he basically uses that to pay for anything that he needs. So he'll have toys and all sorts of things to basically give them, and t-shirts. And there was a woman that went today from out of state. She had to fly. So he picked up the mom, the son, and the dad from the airport, and they spent time, went to the zoo. That's the first time that I went to the Chicago Zoo because they basically walked around, and it was fun. Like I enjoy watching it. There was another mom though who had mentioned that she brought her baby to a barber, and she said that they were mean, right? They were mean and just not accommodating. And I realize it's the world that we live in, and that it's sad. But when I watch his videos, it makes me so happy. It makes me happy to see that this person, because he said he started a business. Don't give me the line. I feel like at this point, because I feel like one of the videos that I was watching was a year ago, and at that point he was turning 3. So I think his business is turning 4 or going on 4 years. And it's his purpose, right? Like when he's with these children, like he starts off by give me a high five, and and he does whatever he needs to do to basically earn their trust. And then he basically say things like, thank you for trusting me, and you're doing good. And he'll start to count 1, 2, 3, 4, and they'll count along. And it's just a wonderful experience. I'm saying that to say that YouTube is a wonderful place that has content for everybody. And so you don't have to get caught up in the foolishness that's going on. That's called politics. There's so much more on YouTube that is positive. And I'm again, the channel I think is called either The Gifted Event or A Gifted Event, but his Gifted Event is a part of it. His first name is Vernon. I don't remember his last name. So Blessing says, cool, 11:05 here, and I had you on the whole time, and I can't hear you yell. Who's in the shower? Welcome back. Oh, and then Veronica said, "Oh, this is my tea party." Right, because that's how Veronica. When I remember when I first started to watch you, you were doing tea party, and you had your tea with your tea quotes, and like your kombucha. Which I actually love kombucha. I got into kombucha years ago. I don't make it myself though. I thought about doing it, but I didn't, but I love it. I feel like the first time that I had it was at a health fair at work. I tasted it and it wasn't sweet at all, but I love the fizz, kind of like the fizz in my drink, except it wasn't sweet. And that's when I first started to see them in the store, and I appreciate it for what it is. Um, oh, so Veronica said that she thinks that she follows that barber too. He's really really great. He's really great. There was one episode when the whole family was there, like the mom, well, not the whole family, the mom and three children. There are two girls, and then the boy was the special needs, so he's getting his haircut. And the two girls were there fighting and carrying on. He told her, like, no, stop. And that was the first time that I saw him being very stern, because he said, your brother is here, basically trying to get his haircut, and what you're doing is distracting. You guys got to, behave yourself. And I appreciated that, right? Because, like for him, the main important person is the person in his chair, and his chair hosts special needs children. And it's not just like the babies, like there were also adults, because I saw um, a few adult videos that popped up. Adults meaning older than babies. Probably in their teenage years or whatever have you. But like it's wonderful. I think that YouTube is a wonderful place that has beautiful things for us to see, learn, and grow. Um, right. So Kay said that she has seen his content too. I just think that he's amazing. It's called either the gifted event or a gifted event, but gifted is in it. And in the beginning, I'm like, well, what does he mean gifted? Because I'm thinking he meant like gift, like somebody giving a gift. But then I realized that it's gifted children that he's talking about. Um, but it's either a gifted event or the gifted event. Um, so Veronica said, Cynthia, I'll try to remember to do it next time. Especially these parents. Yeah, I think back to when I was younger, much younger in Jersey, and I thought of a young man who now I realize had special needs. And I realized how cruel children can be, because children don't know. They don't understand, you know, that somebody's different and the why. So then they would make fun of them and, whatever have you. But I've always had that place in my heart where when I saw someone that was different, and especially if somebody, if they were outcast, meaning like society, them, I used to gravitate towards them. I used to gravitate towards them, and I still do in some respect, because I guess I know what it feels like. So therefore, like, like I gravitate towards that person. Like when I remember, I mean, not that person, because he was, even though he was special needs, he was older than me. But I just remember him walking around the community with a piece of plastic, and he used to always just stand it like this. Again, back then I didn't know. Like it's just today that it came back to me. Like, oh yeah, that kid in the neighborhood. Um, So Veronica said, I had a bunch of dentists refuse to see my daughter because she's special needs. Absolutely would not accommodate it. I think it's so crazy, right? I feel like it's so crazy. You're welcome, Cynthia. I think that again, live and let live. Because I think, you don't know where life is going to lead you, right? And I think we should always consider that we would want someone to be kind to us, kind to our loved ones, right? And, unfortunately, it isn't where we are yet. But seeing that channel, it brings me so much hope because I don't care how tired I am at night. Sometimes I'm like watching, like, because I just want to finish watching the episode. Because it's one of those things where you do not know how it's going to begin, but you know it's going to end. You don't know how it's going to end either, but they all end with a happy ending, right? Because the child goes home and the parents like, oh my God, look how handsome you are. and the kid, because so far there's only one person who I've seen who have not given him a high five, but they were not a special needs child. They were the sister, the older sister of a special needs child. But that special needs child, like every time you like high five, like, and then at one point when the family was getting ready to leave, the barber said to the little girl, "You're not gonna give me a high five," and she was like, and she kept basically stepping back, and the mom was like, "So and so, I don't remember her name." She's like, "Be nice." And so he was on the ground. He's like, "All right, if you don't, what do you say? At least give me. You don't have to give me a hug, but give me a high five." When I tell you that the little special needs boy ran over to him and hugged him so tight, it was so cute because he was a tiny little boy, and it was so cute. Those are the things that brings me joy. So I love when my feed is flooded with videos like that, flooded with people really and truly, caring for people in the street, like seeing somebody who has no shoes and offering up one. Like I love to see those stories where people are now doing this thing where, I mean, you have to just learn how to trust people. But now people, so the going back, going back to the man that was at the gas station who was taken to the hospital. The guy said to him, "I'm recording you because of a YouTube channel." And then he said, "Would you mind if I shared your information so that we can, set up a GoFundMe for you so that people can, like donate?" And the man at first, because I feel like sometimes people have pride in it, like, but then, he thought about it and he was like, yes. And so I think it's nice that people are doing that, where like they're just being like Kay said, they're just being the human that they're meant to be, right? It's not about color, it's not about um anything. It's just about basically we are human beings and we're supposed to be there for each other, I mean. um Kay, what you have in the fridge? You said I have two in the fridge right now. What you got? Oh, kombucha. Okay. uh Veronica said I have to feed my kombucha again and do the second ferment. How long does it take? Like, because I remember like when I first had it years ago, like I saw that it's something that you can, like can make at home, and I'm like, it just seems like a long process, and so I never did it. But I really enjoy it. It's one of those drinks that I enjoy from time to time. I haven't had one in a long time though. Um, Cynthia said I was tired and delayed starting second ferment. Next day, ants got in it. How? Had to throw the bed. No way! Oh my god! So ants got into her kombucha that she was fermenting. That sucks. Um, oh, so Veronica says she used to volunteer to go to gym classes with the special needs kids when she was in high school. See, that's nice. Veronica has like that life that it's like, man, she been everywhere. She done everything. That's beautiful. So Blessing said the second grade where my oldest daughter volunteers, she tells how cute and helpful and kind the kids are to the special needs kids. I love that. And I think that those children who are, like kind to the special needs are raised right. I'm not judging. I'm not. We are trained at home though. We are trained how to be respectful to others, to be, understanding. And I think sometimes we are trained properly, but sometimes we're influenced, by the people that we, hang around with. And, there are times when people are with bad company and they know that they shouldn't do that because mommy not going to be happy, but they'll go ahead and do it anyway, to basically go along with the crowd. And it's not nice. It's not nice. But I'm happy to know that there are children out there who are um, who are helpful and kind to the special needs. I mean, it's 222. We may as well just stay till 3 o'clock and then be like bounce, right? So that we can celebrate our blessings. um, I just think it's nice. I think the thing about it is, and I think that when you are a different person, like being an introvert isn't anything, right? It's just energy. That's it. Like people act like we're some kind of disease infested something, but we're not, right? But being introverted or quiet, and then, having been judged for one thing or another because you don't talk, you don't go nowhere, blah blah blah, whatever, whatever. You get to see how you're treated, right? Because you're different, right? And so, for these children, because we're all, God made us the way that He made us, right? And when I watch this show, like I think to myself, because for the two boys that were there crying, because the comments are also always like wonderful and positive. And for the twin boys, um someone commented, I feel sad for, I don't know if it was sad, but she was compassionate, and she said, for Vernon, which is the barber, um, the kids who are crying and the parents, right? Because it's different levels of emotions, right? And when he's cutting hair, because he has to find a way, and it's all about like gaining the trust of the person in the chair, right? So he does the thing with the clippers so that they can see what it feels like, and it's not anything to hurt. But when the twins were crying today, I could only imagine the pain that they were feeling. And sometimes, because I think that they were nonverbal, because that's the other thing too, right? It's like different levels, right? But I think we're such an impatient creature. Some of us are creatures that we don't take the time to understand certain things. And what I appreciate, because like I said, at this point, his business may be around for 4 years or going on 4 years. Something led him to do that, though, right? And sometimes I'm curious. I guess I have to go back to the beginning of his videos to find out, like, how he got started and why he got started, because something led him there. I remember in one of the videos, he was like, he was joking around and he was like, I'm light skinned and I'm single. And I thought to myself, he's such a nice guy. Like, why is he single? But I mean, a whole lot of people are single by choice. Because he didn't say he's trying to date, he just said, I'm single. But something must have led him to basically do this thing where he's there giving it away for free. There are people who offer him, so like after he finished cutting the hair, the parent, it's usually the mom that's there. It's usually the mom. And so the mom will offer, pay, and you're like, no, no, no. And she's like, no, I want to, like, nope. And she's like, no, but I really, no. So his thing is no, because it's paid for, right? Because people donate for that purpose. And so it's wonderful. I feel as if like that's a beautiful thing, right? He's doing a beautiful thing for beautiful people, and beautiful people are helping him to do that beautiful thing that he's doing. And I think it's wonderful. Because it's not, when I watch it, I realize it isn't easy. Like, because one patient is different from the other, right? But that's us, right? Everybody is different. And so we're supposed to meet people where they are and just be mindful and thoughtful. But some people are just real not nice. Some people are just committed to being not nice. um, Blessing says, my daughter got me to kind of tolerate kombucha, which you won't see me crave it anytime soon. I think it's a nice drink. Right. So Veronica said, we're very happy, even with challenges. When Veronica is on her live, she was like, I hear a runner. And if you know, you know, because like when she says that, well, we got a runner, we have a runner. And it's because she hears her daughter running somewhere. But you never hear her daughter. Like, because I think sometimes when we're on live or whatever have you, like we hear it, thinking that other people hear it, and they don't. But I think it's a wonderful thing. And I think that, those who volunteer to help are angels. They're a blessing. Because when I watch Vernon, with the children, it made he did his homework. Like he did his homework on how to, right? Because then he has the shares, like I said, he does this thing so that they can, see what it feels like, because of course it buzzes. And he also gives them this little, it looks like a tiny, what do you call it, blow dryer. I guess it kind of is, but it's not for hair. He uses it to kind of like brush off the hair from wherever having. So he'll turn it on, and he'll do like this, like he'll like kind of like blow it on them, and he'll have them hold it, right? Because this is something, because it's the whole idea is to either to get them to be comfortable, or help them to be distracted, so that he can do what he needs to do, like to get them to get their hair cut. But it's nice. I really recommend that channel. Veronica says she runs up and down the hall. I want to run up and down the hall all day. um Yes, so Blessing says, did we hear her when she wanted to charge mom's card for more coloring books? Yes. And mom was like, no, and if you ask me one more time, I'm gonna take that. I was like, oh mom. She was like, mom, mom. And Veronica was nice and calm and cool. And she was like, no, we have to wait until, because her daughter ran up a bill for like $500. But thankfully, Veronica was able to recoup some of it from the creditor. So she was like, nope, not until it goes back then. And she was like, mom. Veronica was like, no. I was like, oh my God. And what's funny is it was $700. Lord have mercy. I thought it was five. I was waiting because you got it was seven, you got 250 refunded. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a lot of money for apps. But when Veronica said, if you ask me one more time, I'm gonna take that. I was sitting there waiting, like, wait, is she gonna ask her one more time? I don't think she did, because I didn't hear her. I didn't hear her after that. But it's wonderful to experience, stuff like that in real time. Um Veronica said, I thought it was two, but I looked again and it was way more. The math was not mathing, girl. Oh, child. Well, I guess you learned your lesson. Child. When she said it, I'll never forget when she was on the live, when she was telling us a while ago. Because this one with the book, I think, was last week, when she wanted to get new books. And Veronica was like, nope. Nope. Veronica said, I still don't know how she did it. Kids are crafty, because they just be pressing buttons. I'm sitting here letting my snacks go to waste. Kids are very crafty. Especially in these days. Sometimes when I look back, I realize how simple and dumb I was compared to these children, because these children, they smart. They are so smart. And not because of the tablets or anything like that. I just feel like they came out smart. Exactly, Cynthia. Where there is a will, there is a way. And she found a way. Veronica said the way she came in and said, I don't remember your password. Oh, no. You're not supposed to remember my password. And so innocent, too, because she don't realize. Money, what are you talking about? This is Monopoly. Mm-mm-mm. It's a wonderful thing, though. I think, that is great. Like when we're on with, when I tell you that lady be going on for hours and hours and hours. When Veronica decided to do the 12 decks of Christmas, she's like, oh, there won't be long lives. I'm gonna just come on for a few minutes. Say what now? I mean, to be fair, yesterday, which was What's today? Why am I acting like today's Sunday? I'm about to say yesterday was Saturday. Yesterday was Wednesday. She wasn't on Tuesday because she wasn't feeling well. She had a migraine, so she came on yesterday. And there are two of the new decks. And the lady was on for a very, very, very long time. She was on for 5 hours, I think is what we said. But the time passes. The time passes. But it was a long, long time. She said, Veronica said, I'm just glad it was a card and that my bank account is overdrafting. Lord have mercy. That's the thing. It's like one thing leads to the next, but you learn your lesson. You learn your lesson. Um, Which collective lives are closer to 2 hours? Which 2 hours? Today was not 2 hours. What you talking about? Oh, you're right. You're right. For the collective readings, right? Because today you were actually doing individual. You're right. You're right. I stand corrected. But it's still a party. So I have to figure out what I'm going to do in 2026 because I think well, I have to go on at least one day next week, according to them people up there. But I really and truly have to work on my bedtime because there was one night that I went to bed at 4 o'clock, and I'm grateful that these past 2 weeks we're able to work from home because of the holiday. But I told myself that in 2026 I have to have a bedtime because staying up until 3 o'clock ain't it. I mean, I need to maintain my youthful. Because one day my mom is like, "You look tired," and I'm like, "I did, I did," because I was. But I think today, why I keep acting like today ain't today? Today, I think I'm gonna work on my content for the year, and I'm gonna chill. Mommy loves to watch her African shows, so I think I might just sit in the living room with her with my laptop and allow myself to sleep when I feel like sleeping, and try not to burn my curry goat. Let's see. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Cynthia said that the non-Wednesday Sunday collective reads right. Right, except for today because today, she had the two cards and she was very nice to basically give us New Year's Eve presents. My tea bags are right here. I like that tarot tea bags. I like that. The moon looks so beautiful. Really? No, I can't see from where I am. It's probably like in the back by mom's room. Yeah. The lives are really good. The lives are really good. She sings and she tells us stories about her life, and I feel like that's what makes it nice and entertaining. I think it's wonderful. So I'm gonna be picking who's here. Veronica said I need to clean all day. Which day? Today? Like January 1st? Child, I'm gonna be cooking. I did some tidying up today. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to show you guys this room. So this room is where I spend most of my time. And I'll get back to this. This is actually a bedroom that I converted into my office space because when COVID first happened, I was using the dining room table like most everybody else, some people, as my workstation because when it first started, we didn't know that it was going to be forever. It felt like forever. And we loved it. We introverts, we loved it. Well, not COVID. We love working from home. I had my computer in the dining room. Big mistake because anybody that came to the house, they could find me because I was right there. So I decided to convert this bedroom into my own personal space. And when I first did, I think I bought this desk was the first thing that I bought because I have two monitors right here that I use for work and their laptop that is basically closing under there right now. I'm on my computer. And then behind me is this shelving that I got at IKEA. I think, yeah, the bottom part I got at IKEA. And then this I went to Walmart, the top part, the 4 squares I got at Walmart. And I put it together. Yes, I did. I put it together myself. because I just wanted something organized. And I did it mostly because of the t-shirts. So my business t-shirts, and then these are some of, so I have blanks. And so I wanted to basically, like do this, for my little space. So I have those containers over there. You see where it says Control Alt Delete? Last year I was trying to figure out what am I doing. I had the bright idea of either getting new bins, right? Getting new bins that you couldn't see through because it just felt very like just too much. And I was like, where am I going to get money from? Why am I going to waste money rather to get new bins? And then when I get new bins, what am I going to do with these bins? And then my brain said, girl, you're going to type something up and you're going to put it in there. So I put Control or Delete. So the first one says Control. So CTRL, like on the computer board, it says Control Yourself. The second one says Alter Your Thinking. The third one says Delete Negativity. And the last one says Good Things Are Coming. I think that's what it says. Oh, the last one says Good Things Are Going to Happen. And that I did last year. I think I did that in 2025. And then because I have spray paint, because I'm very crafty when I need to be. And a number of years ago, I helped to plan a wedding, and they one of the themes that they wanted were basically picture frames. So I bought the picture frames and I spray painted them, and I kept the spray paint, and blah blah blah. So anyway, instead of buying new beans, because that's the other thing too, I needed the tops to basically go with this room. I have my yellow door that I painted last year, and so I took the spray paint and spray painted the covers, and then I printed each Control or Delete on paper and tucked it in there. So then I loved it. So anyway, that's that. And then over there is my heat press for my t-shirt. This is the first time that I'm actually doing this, because I've been saying I need to do a video regarding my t-shirt to put it in a t-shirt social media, but I never have. So I was trying to figure out how I was going to do it, but I guess this is how I'm going to do it. And so this is my little space. Over here is a shelf that has some books, my printer, and some other little things. But I tidied it up. And I will have you know that, thanks, Kay. Thanks, Cynthia. That at one point I couldn't figure out back here because I had it organized, but I was like, eh. So I took a picture and I said, hey, Chat GPT, what can I do with back here? And it's like, oh, the light is nice. So usually it's a blue light, but for Christmas I decided to have it flashing. And it told me to rearrange these vases and like all sorts of stuff. And then because the t-shirts were just laying there, like it would be nice if you have the some kind of graphic. And I'm like, okay. So I decided to basically put the design, the tees on top. So that's my little, I was gonna say little, that's my space. And then over here I have my Christmas tree, my money tree. And a little thing, because it was like, because there's one there that says quiet still a voice, and then I have this also that says quiet still a voice in front of a little plant that's in a teal pot. This one I spend most of my days. I'm about to sing the Jazzy Jeff Fresh Prince song, but I won't. On a playground is where I spend most of my days. I did. But I appreciate my space. I spend a lot of time in here, excuse me, because I enjoy being here. My bedroom is like literally right next door, and so I get up and I goes to my sleep when I need to go to my sleep. So there are times like when I'm working from home, and if I didn't get enough sleep the night before, and I feel tired around lunchtime, I'm like, hey Siri, wake me up in 30 minutes. I'm not talking to you. Oh Jesus, I know your name. They all start going off. And I go take my nap. Yes, it is. SK, this is my sacred room. This is my sacred room. Veronica said, she said, I thought I heard thunder. Got confused. It was a snowplow. So a snowplow. That's funny. Yes, it is my sacred room. And I keep, like trying to, because then I'm one of those people that like everything has some kind of sentimental value and I don't want to throw it away. Like, I'm learning how to let it go. Learning how to let it go. But I do enjoy, the fact that I was able to, like do something with this space. Um, because this is where I spend most of my days. Um, what I got to work on in 2026 is being focused, because Lord knows when I'm supposed to be doing the 9 to 5, I'm doing my stuff because then I always have my laptop right here and I'm working. I'm like, "Ooh." But it's fun. I mean, it's life, right? So I keep praying though that in 2026 I want to be more focused. Because today I said, do you realize that if you get them people them 8 hours that you're supposed to give them, that you can go to bed on time sometimes? Because I don't give them 8 hours straight, I end up working late to give them the 8 hours that I was supposed to give them during the 8 hours. And then I end up basically working late to give them the 8 hours because I got to finish my stuff. Not that they're clocking, but when you have deadlines, it is what it is. Um, and then I'm also trying to work on content and my brain won't go to sleep. The other day I had to say to myself, brain off, because sometimes it's just a lot. But I like it. I like how my brain works. Yes, Miss Veronica. I feel like Veronica's the same. I feel like Veronica. We, fun fact: Veronica and I are born same same month. What was I say? Same day, same time. October 29th at 11:59 p.m. Amazing. I actually have a cousin. I have a cousin in England, a first cousin. Um, she's in Nottingham, and she and I were born same day, same year. And I remember when we first learned that, we're like, oh my god! But it was fun. I remember when Veronica mentioned it on her, because we at some point I realized that we were the same birthday. And one day she was like, I was born at 11:59, and I ran to my phone. I think it was in the other one. I ran to my phone. I was like, me too. It is really cool. Because I remember saying to my mom, 11:59. And I was like, that means that I was almost a Halloween baby, a Halloween Eve baby. But I wasn't meant to be a Halloween Eve baby. I was meant to be on the 29th of October. And so, yeah, so I just wanted to share that fun fact. And look how close to 3 o'clock we are, guys. You know what's funny? When I decided to do this, I really thought that it was going to be a few, like, so basically an hour's tops. I was going to come on at 11:30. We're going to watch the ball drop, dance a little bit, and say, all right, bye. And I am so grateful. Anyway, let's get some yogi quotes. So close. So close, but we're not. I feel like we're scary enough. Right, exactly. First time ever, Cynthia. So Cynthia said you pulled a Veronica extended your life by multiple hours. Exactly. It's like when I started the 50-day live journey. Michael Zuber had said, go live for maybe like 8 to 10 minutes. And the first time was like 12, like 12 minutes. Lord, that's too long. And I felt like it was going 12, 30 minutes, 40. I'm like, what is going on? That was what he said. But I mean, when you have something to say, you're just going to say it, right? All right. So you're welcome, blessings. I'm glad that we're able to stay up with you, girl. I'm glad, first of all, you came back. Okay. First of all, you never left because you just took a break to go take your shower. So I'm grateful that you're here so that we can celebrate our California time and then we can go to our beds. So, Veronica said, no, who said so? Oh, Veronica said, I want a quote. So Veronica's is, the principal ingredient of life is love. And I do believe that. I feel like love, in my opinion, is the key to everything. um the Bible says you're supposed to love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? And your neighbor isn't Your neighbor. I mean, yes, your neighbor is your neighbor, but your neighbor is anybody. Your neighbor is anybody that you encounter along the way. And I feel as if, like, if we practice that, the world would be such a better place. I know, like, as I continue my journey, there are times when I consider, what am I going to talk about, and I think about things. And one of the things that I've thought about was the fact that when we were born, we don't know anything about hate. We don't know anything about color. We're just happy, and then at some point, we're taught to think differently, and it sucks. It sucks, but it's life. Um, so Veronica says that's the space I do my best to read from. Love, indeed. So the next one is Miss K. So K's says, without gratitude, there is no prosperity. That is a word. I feel as if, like, the more grateful I am, the more things um, unfold for me, right? Um, I think, there are times I've told people in the past, oh, you take me for granted. And people hate when you tell them that, like, they take offense. I could have sworn I just saw a light move across. What is that? Am I going crazy? Do y'all see the light floating on the wall? What? All right. Said sugar drunk. Y'all didn't see the light? Y'all didn't see nothing float back there? Y'all see that? All right. I'm not crazy. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Veronica. Because I'm like, wait a second. And where did it come from? Where did it go? What is it? Was it a firefly? What the heck was? I don't know what it was. I'm so glad that I'm not crazy that somebody else saw it though. Blessing says, I don't love my next door neighbor. She my evil stalker. Even her extended family can't stand her. Thanks to God, she never conceived a child. You know what, Blessings? That is a fact. I do have some people that live next door to me who are considered our neighbors. And I feel like sometimes people are just committed to being miserable, whatever have you. A new neighbor that moved in a number of years ago, all the neighbors that I've had around here, the ones that I allow myself to talk to, are nice, right? Person moved in. She was, fairly nice. But then one day, we had family here, and, we're accustomed to basically like just walking through each other's, property. And one day she came ringing the bell late at night. And because we had exchanged numbers. Because when she first moved in, we went to Home Depot, and they had poinsettias on sale. Well, we didn't know it was on sale. Mommy picked up one, and it's like, oh no, it's 3 for whatever it was. So she picked up 3, and she said, give one to Jerry and give one to the new lady. So I did. I went over, and so that's how we, welcome them. And I remember when I moved in here, it was in October, and so it was dark early. So the side door bell rang, and I said to the other person, were you expecting somebody? And they were like, no. And I was like, this is weird. And so I went to the side door to see who it was. And it was, well, I didn't know at the time, but it was my neighbor's daughter. And she was like, hi, my name is so-and-so, and I'm from next door. And my mom baked a cake for you. And so they sent over a cake, homemade cake and KFC. And I was grateful, right? So at the time I was much younger. Obviously, I was much younger. And all I was like, when I came back in, I was like, oh my God, I thought this only happened on TV. And I never, ever, ever, ever forgot that kindness, right? Because it was nice to know that there are people who does that. Like, it's like, woo. And so I did that for the city. Anyway, fast forward, she had the audacity to tell me about the people, somebody was here and she was like, oh, but they're, this big Jamaican guy and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and so I took offense. I did. And so for me, like I'm still, like respectful, whatever have you. But I feel like sometimes people judge people um incorrectly, because the reality of it is around here, like when it snows, like we do this thing where, we snow, we plow up and down. And so I think, like sometimes some people say things, and I think sometimes it's said not in the way they meant to say it, but it's received, right? And once you say something that is insulting to someone, you can't take it back, because that's how you feel. And it's fine, because I like to know how you feel. Like, I tell me the tarof. So, but because of that, it's like, you ain't get my flowers no more. Because I even went to, because number of years, about 2 or 3 years ago, I had an overabundance of tomatoes. So I was trying to give them away to my neighbors, to people at church, and to her. And she was shocked. She was like, you grow tomatoes? I am. I mean, I've started to grow a lot more in the summertime since then, but, nevertheless. But I feel your blessings. I don't know why some people are just committed to being just evil. They need to do their own tea party with their own little self, because obviously they need to basically get past it, because I can't imagine what it would be like to live in a world where I'm just miserable and bitter about things. Why? Yeah, ignore them. Let them stay there. Um, Veronica said, I have a neighbor like that, blessing. She hates me. Nah, she love you from afar. She love you. Wait a second. Cynthia said past neighbors drove us out the house. Horrible frauds spread lies. Oh my goodness. And that's a thing, because sometimes people are professional liars and they can get people to believe anything. It's really sad. I don't understand like why people are like that though. Oh no, she said on move out day they deliberately painted the elevator so our stuff would get ruined. That's horrible. Jesus Lord. That is wicked, man. That is wickedness. We have 5 more minutes till we celebrate again. Blessing says, oh my God, you all get it. Yes. The same crazy bee goes to people that move into our street and tells them I'm a bad husband. It tells them I'm a bad husband and mom. Sorry, I feel like I'm reading low. So Blessing says, oh my gosh, you all get it. The same crazy bee goes to people that move into our street and tells them I'm a bad husband and mom without being asked. And when they meet me, they're so surprised that I'm so nice. She said, wife. I feel like that's how it is, right? Because even as like introverts, we're prejudged because our face is like, and people think we're mean, antisocial, all of the above, unapproachable. And when they meet us, they're like, oh my God, you're so nice. I'm like, yes, I've always been nice. I've always been nice. But I don't understand like why people choose wickedness. I don't understand like how people find it so easy to spread lies about people. I don't know, it's sad. It's sad. Kay said a terrible neighbor would have you selling a house you just bought. That is so true. And what's sad about it is how happy the person was for even making the purchase in the first place. And my thing is, it's like, if you don't like it, why don't you just leave instead of trying to make other people's lives miserable? It's like getting on the Long Island Railroad in the mornings and the men sit like this with their legs wide open, right? So you can't sit next to them. And I'm at the place now where I get on, and I don't care if you're pretending to be sick. Excuse me, can I sit here, please? Because not only are their legs wide open, they have a bag on a chair. And my thing is, it's like, if you don't want nobody to sit next to you, then don't sit in any of the seats, right? The world is so big. The world is so big, and we're supposed to be able to. God made it for us to enjoy, and some people are just so mean and bitter. Jeez Louise. Exactly. Yes. Ain't fooling nobody. It's ridiculous. I want more. And what's funny is like sometimes you wake them up and be like, huh, huh. And it's like, chill. The ride isn't that long for you to be in that deeper sleep anyway. But I don't know. I just don't. The older I get, the more puzzled I am that people are committed to just being not nice. Like, oh, look what time it is. Oh wait, let me pull one for Cynthia real quickly. So for Cynthia, it says, "Oh Lord, have mercy! I need my light." That's what it says. Oh, look at that! What? Let there be light. When there is when fear is forcing you to give up, call upon your heart's courage to continue. You hear that, Cynthia? When fear is forcing you to give up, call upon your heart's courage to continue. That's something that I have learned, and I'm doing my best to continue. So, Blessing said, Cynthia, the neighbor on her other side moved within less than 2 years after they bought their house. That's crazy. That is so sad. They will never find peace. They will never find peace. It's time. It's time. Ooh, it's California time. It's California time. Turn my lights. It's California time. Time for California. Happy New Year. Mm-hmm. You're welcome, Cynthia. Oh, I guess I should wait until afterwards so we can toast. So I'll drink water in the meantime. It's 3 o'clock. Happy New Year! Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Is it on? Oh, it's not even on. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! What's the song? To all acquaintance be forgot. I don't remember the rest of it. Okay. Happy New Year. This was so much fun. That one. To all acquaintance. I tried to learn the words. I couldn't remember it. So the only part I remember is to all acquaintance. Happy New Year. Blessings. Blessings is a blessing. Happy New Year. I remember when I was doing my lives, I was gonna be like, I always try to catch you. I'm always missing your lives. And then one day she called me, she's like, I'm so happy I got it. And I was happy too. So happy New Year, everybody. 2026. So let me pull one. So I did one for Cynthia, I did one for Kay, I did one for Veronica. So it's time for blessings. Because it's blessings New Year. You see the senior citizen. Where am I like? So this one is for blessings. Compassion is the constant act of giving oneself to others. And I feel like that's what we were talking about earlier, right? I feel like that's what we were talking about earlier about being kind to your neighbor, not the one necessarily next door, just being a kind human being, like a kind, compassionate human being. Veronica said, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for days of cold lang syne. Fitting so for the discussion, exactly. Ah. um yeah, K I feel like K hasn't been on for it because today I was thinking about it and I was like, when did K go live last week or the week before? I feel like it's been at least a week. At least a week. But I'm One of the things that I'm grateful for 2025 is that I was able to connect with people um, on YouTube, and we're building things. I feel like one day we will all be able to be on a live together like this. Not like this. I mean, like, in our own little square on the screen together in our own homes. That's why people are like, introverts unite in your own home. That part. Yeah, okay, so I'm not crazy. You haven't done one for a while, okay. Well, it's a new year and it's a new week. When you gonna do it, Kay? So one of the things that is a lot of things that I appreciate about 2025, but one of them is partnering with Kay to do our Hey Sister Let's Chat. We have a grand old time with that, because that whole so I mentioned before about lizards with guns. we were we were on a live, and basically based on what I was saying, she said, "Oh, next you're gonna be like lizard with guns." So, however it like we said it, and we were chuckling, but it wasn't only on that live, not live video, because the first I feel like we've done it twice so far. I don't know why I be going this way to come back this way, but anyway, we always have a great time when we do our video. Like, we're just laughing, hooting and hollering. As I sit here and eat my snacks, I remember that's what one of the things that we were supposed to do was to have our snack, like while we did our thing. We'll get back to that. But it's fun. It's fun to just because I feel like as women, sometimes we do not have an outlet, and it's nice to turn on anything, even if it's like Instagram or whatever have you, and you recognize that there are other people who are going through or who have gone through what you have been through, what you're no they've been through what you're going through, or they're going through it too. And then it makes you kind of feel supported from a distance, because then you make you realize that you're not in this thing alone. And as quiet people, I think for me, it was for me like it was a wonderful feeling when I recognized that, oh, there are other people out there that do this thing too. Because then it was easier for me to navigate, because then I realized I'm not alone. And I feel like yesterday, one of the things that I was brainstorming was, connecting with people more in person. So maybe once a week I go find an introvert. I don't know. That just came out the sky and popped into my head. I don't know yet. We'll see. But I think sometimes it's nice when people can recognize that there's somebody else out there, that's done it or will. So Blessing says, I hope we're gonna look back one day about tonight and how we bonded. I think we will. I think that with each experience for me, it's one of growth, but then it's also one of strengthening bonds. And it's one of the reasons why, if I'm able to, I join the lives. Kay don't notice, but there are times when Kay goes live and I'm on the train, I'm like, dang nabbit. But I'm like, you know what? I'm a tune in. And so I turn it on and I listen. The only time that I don't think it bothered it has this has affected me though. But there are times when someone goes live, or even if I have a call, when I'm leaving Penn, I go into the tunnel. So basically I miss a portion of it. But there are times when, she's on and I'm on the train, and it keeps my company on the way home. When I get off the train, I walk home when I get home. And so, like when I can, I do, because I feel like it's that's what it's all about, is basically supporting each other. And so I show up. So that's why, like, even if I'm not able to, even if I'm not in the chat, I feel like just being present, because there are times when, again, I'm doing something and somebody will say something, I'll run back to the phone like, I know, and then I'm going again. So then I feel bad because sometimes I'll miss if somebody say, "Hey, Antonia," I'll scroll back like, "Oh no, hey, Cynthia," or "Hey," like whoever it is. But it's nice. I think having community is really really nice. But this was great. I'm grateful. Um, Best New Year's. Aw. Cynthia said, "Not gonna lie, best New Year's Eve I can remember in a while." Thanks, Antonio. Thank you, Cynthia. Cynthia was one of the first person like, "I'm there, I'm going." um, because then there was a point I was like, well, "What am I gonna do?" Because I was like, I can't turn on the music because YouTube might shut my shit down before I even start. And then I turned to ChatGPT. He's like, "Well, you can ask some questions." Like, all right. But then, like it's nicer to just, like hang out and chat. I think that for me, that's one of the things that I'm starting to appreciate is, like allowing myself to be expressive. So I likes it. I likes it. Exactly, Kate. To continue love and support from the soul family. Indeed. I think, because for me, when I started my YouTube channel, I didn't know what to expect. I remember I told myself, we're going live. We're launching on the 5th of May, 2024. And the 15th, and when the 15th came, I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Because I already had recorded a video. But when I tell you I was fearful to basically publish, because I already had uploaded it, just to hit publish. And I was like, ooh. And I didn't. I felt like I had published and I ran because I did. I basically escaped. I exited, YouTube. Excuse me. And I remember at some point I was like, well what's next? I gotta keep doing this because it was stressful. But then I started to, record videos, and then one day I was like, oh, wait a second. The videos that I have on Instagram, I could just put them over here. Even that was a chore, right? It wasn't easy for me in the beginning. Not that it is now, but it's better now because I'm giving myself permission to do it or to not do it. um, but it's fun, and I feel like anybody who is considering getting on YouTube, get on YouTube, do your thing, because I feel like we all do have something to share. um some people, lately I realized, I feel like I've known this a long time ago, but in all professions, people, I realize that people do things for the wrong reasons, right? I remember somebody said, oh, I became a teacher because I like the holidays. And it's like, well, that's not a good reason to be a teacher. You're supposed to teach because you have the passion for it. But I feel like it's in every profession now, whether it's a doctor or whatever, right? And so because of that, we don't, I don't know, we get like meh people, right? It's like, and so brings me back to Vernon. When I see someone like Vernon who loves what he's doing with his special needs kids, it warms my heart because you can see that he's doing this for the love. When people offer to pay him, it's like, nope, your money ain't good here. Leave, leave with your money. Because his thing is he's doing, and he said it like, like he's passionate about it. Like he's passionate about, um, providing service to the parents who have, well, it's the service of the children, but it's, for the parents, right? Because either the parents used to cut the hair or tried to cut the hair or, went someplace else. But I remember either one or two people have said, well, no, one person said that it's a boy's rite of passage to get their hair cut in a barbershop. So as far as the mom was concerned, we gonna get your hair cut in a barbershop. And so she did. Like she found a barbershop that, was able to accommodate her baby, and his needs. So I love it. I think that we all have a purpose and we should tap into it, whatever it is. I feel like your purpose is their passion. It's that thing that brings you joy. So with Kate, it's art. With Veronica, it's hotel and spreading joy. I've learned so much joining the channel, and I feel like, going live because she's doing 12 decks of Christmas. And I feel like when you go live, you learn so much more. Like I was fearful to basically cut, go live because I decided to go live directly in YouTube tonight. I don't even know why. Because I like the security blanket of having Riverside FM because there's a buffer, right? But tonight I was like, let me just try to hit live in YouTube and see how it goes. And it's going fine without my music, but it's going fine nevertheless. Because in my mind, I wanted us to watch the ball drop together. But I was like, you know what? We'll just count down. Where there's a will, there's a way. So Blessing said, I gotta find your channel, Kay and Antonio. So Kay's channel is her it's her handle there. It's at KNDD. And Antonio, this was an amazing idea. LOL, you know Veronica and I was gonna be it. Of course. Of course. I mean, the thing is, it's like the thing is with Blessings, right? So as I mentioned, Blessings, when I was doing my 25, 52 day live, going live, and I felt the frustration come through her message when she was like, I was trying to catch you live. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry next time. Because she joined, that's what it is. She joined towards the end. And then when she finally called me live, she was so excited. And so anytime I'm live and she sees that she's on, and I'm grateful. I'm very, very grateful for that. And with Veronica, that lady forever promoting Antonio. The book. I mean, I can't promote my book the way she promotes my book. I have screen recorded, no lie, twice. I have screen recorded Veronica promoting my book. And then this week, from last week, she kept saying, I'm going to come on early next week because I'm cutting it short because I'm going to Antonia's party. And I'm like, oh. So today I was surprised to see Christopher, because Christopher, is on Veronica's channel. And I think that's what it is. We basically support each other. Veronica said, you would have missed every midnight with your boyfriend. Exactly. This is my longest live, Kay. It is. But you know what? It just goes to show that sometimes we allow the fear of failure to live our life, right? We allow the fear of failure. Like we overthink and they're like, well, what if no one comes? And what going live taught me was that there will always be somebody there. Sometimes it was just me and mom, but I was talking like it was somebody there. Well, somebody aside from mom. Because for me, like I'm doing this mostly for my growth, and to share information with someone who will find value in it. Because not everything, like, so for me, like, I don't go and check like, oh, well, how many views? And I've never looked at the analytics report because I don't know. I feel as if like whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And I'm not going to do anything differently in order to basically, get people's attention to come. And then what? so I go do something extraordinary, outside of, like what I would normally do. And when they come, then what? What I gonna do? I gotta keep doing these tricks. I ain't doing it. It's too exhausting. It's too exhausting. Exactly. Veronica, listen. So Veronica type, I only talked about it for 2 weeks. Exactly. And if it was 10 weeks from now, she would have spoken about it every day. So I'm grateful. I really am. Veronica is our gem and security blanket. She is. And that's why I love it. Again, Kay, well, Sadie started it, Yin Reiki Light. Sadie's Yin Reiki Light is where I met Veronica, Violet Crow, Cynthia, and did I say Veronica and Kay? I think I did. I'm a senior citizen. And on Veronica's channel, I met Blessings, now Christopher, and it's wonderful. I think like it's kind of like going to somebody's party at their house and meeting somebody that you connect with and exchanging numbers. I guess I don't know, and then you kind of keep in touch and mean it. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful for my growing community. One of the best things that happened to me is when somebody said, "Oh my God, I needed this message today." Like when I do my affirmations, and that's what keeps me going. Like sometimes I'm like, because for some reason when I was in Jamaica, I was like, I don't want to do it, and I did maybe like one or two when I was there, and I didn't miss it. It was crazy. And when I got back and I started doing it, I was like, oh my God, why didn't I do it? But I feel as if like my spirit just wanted me to basically like just be in Jamaica, enjoy the moment. You ain't got to be at work today. And so I did. Cynthia said, I remember when you were first doing regular lives and were off and were self-conscious about your laugh, Veronica. Now that's what everyone loves. So I wasn't there for that, but I do love Veronica's laugh. Every time she laughs, I think about somebody though. There's a I can't remember who it is. I'm gonna pay attention the next time and put it in a chat because there's something about Veronica and just who she is. Like even when she have creeps in her chat, because she have like we're all moderators, and when creeps are in her chat, she's like, no, don't go spamming because I have my moderators and they will take, like they'll kick you out. No. And then when she can't like no, she kicks them out, or she'll basically sternly tell them like, if you keep doing that, I'm gonna kick you out. And I'm like, go where I come. Because I feel like sometimes we have like this, some people have like this me first mentality. Somebody had the audacity today to bribe her. Talk about, I'm gonna pay you. Can I get to the front of the line? She's like, nope. First come, first serve. Draw the line or leave. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. But it was something like that. And that's why I appreciate it, right? Because some people feel like, okay, well, I'll pay you. Can I go first? No. There's a system here. Join the line. Be patient. But some people just are not patient, sadly. The thing is, you can go just do anything else while you wait, though. Some people leave and come back, which is to our benefit because when they leave, we just get moved up one more step. Where you be like, when if I'm like, say, like 4 persons away from my turn, and she goes, let's say she said, Sarah, is Sarah here? And it's so I always get the vision in my head, like the nurse coming out or the assistant coming out, I was like, is Sarah here? Sarah, it's your turn. The doctor will see you now. And Sarah went to the bathroom. All right, Melissa. So it's so funny because sometimes people in the chat like, they're not here. They went to sleep. Do me. It's like, calm down. Calm down. It's too funny. I'm always like just sitting there thinking about like, like how we want to be, I want to go first. No, it's a system. Come earlier. Veronica said tonight she had 888 chats. Wow, that's a number. Exactly. We networking in our simple way. I used to hate when I tell you, because I don't like to use the word hate. I used to hate the term networking. It made me used to cringe like, oh! But now I appreciate it because the reality of it is I'm building an empire. Like I tell the folks that live here, I'm like, do you understand that I'm a CEO walking? Do you understand that I am building an empire? They laugh at me, but I know they know that I'm serious. And I don't even know what I was going to say. Forget it. Let me see if I can figure. Oh, networking. And so it makes me realize that in order for this thing to work is I will have to network. Like I will have to actually have real conversations with real people, not just the ones in my head. And so I'm allowing myself to have conversations with real people that are not in my head, that are introverted. Because it's easy. We get each other. There was one time I was having a conversation with somebody that I like, like respect. And one day they were still talking. And I guess I was in a mood. And I was like, is this small talk? And they were like, oh, I don't like it. I felt bad afterwards. And I realized I snapped. But small talk is draining. Small talk will do that to you. Small talk will let you basically get out of character. And it did that day. I felt bad. Like, it's draining. Don't talk then. Because that's the thing. I mean, I'm here. Somebody might be watching and saying, yeah, but you're blabbing. Yes, I'm blabbing because we talking. But best believe tomorrow, ain't gonna be no talking tomorrow. There are times when my mommy like, isn't your mouth tired? And I'm like, no, why? Because she's telling me, and I'm like, mommy, do you understand that you're the only person I get to talk to? So you get to get the whole, when it's basically backed up, you get the whole work. I mean, what we gonna do? So tomorrow I'm gonna cook because I'm gonna get up early to put the goat on the fire, and we're going to watch Africa shows all day, and I'll be in the couch with my laptop on my lap, falling in and out of sleep, and just enjoying doing nothing. People really don't understand that doing nothing is doing something. Yeah, Veronica says even if you pay, you get a benefit. You get to be the first, well, in the order received, at the top of the list the next time. Simple. Cynthia said, I do that when Veronica's given like 2 minutes and shared solid personal stories. They had the chance. Let's move. Let me tell you something. When I first started to be her moderator, because I saw people doing, oh, so and so time so and so out for 300 seconds. Man, listen, I hit them. You out. I don't give chances. I wasn't giving chances. And I used to wonder, oh, how do you do that? And then I saw that there was an option to basically, time them out for certain seconds. My thing is, listen, you offender, you are an offender. I'm not going to give you no chance. But I mean, I try. But I did feel bad when I kicked out Kiki yesterday. But happily, I was happy that I was able to bring her right back. Even though I don't know if she did come back. But I felt bad. So I said, that's why I love reading. We skip the small talk and get rid. Yes, right. So one could say, but you're there blabbing your mouth right now. Yeah, but it's not small talk. Small talk is, oh, how's the weather? And then after the weather, you just sitting there like, what's next? So my thing is, don't ask me about the weather. Ask me about my turtle. Ask me why I love turtles so much. Or ask me about, oh, how you get your hair like that. Or, I don't know. Oh, that's not my little hair. I don't know. But, okay, so Blessing said, so Antonia, I want to ask you about how you feel about the weird guy that came in today and calls Veronica his white queen or goddess. And Veronica, do you want me to ban him? Yo, Blessings. The first time that he came in, I was like, what? I was ready to kick him right to Timbuktu. But then Veronica was like, hey, so and so. So I guess it's somebody that she was acquainted with, because I was like, I didn't like it. I really didn't like it, but it's his thing, and she all right with it. It was Kiki. It was Kiki yesterday. I felt so bad. Even when I got off the call, I felt so bad today. I was like, oh my God, I felt so bad. I really did. Good night, Kay. See you in your live soon, please and thanks. Right. So it was Eddie. Eddie's his name. So yes, Blessings. The first time that I saw it, he was like, because a slave, whatever. And I was like, what in the heck is going on here? But he did, because I started to notice that he was coming in every week. I mean, if that's his thing, but I didn't like Blessing. When I first saw it, I was like, ooh. So Veronica said I didn't like it per se, but we had a talk about it on live, and that was beautiful. And that's the thing. I think sometimes when we are regulars, like the folks on Cheers, like we get to know the characters. And so because I wasn't there for the for the chat, for the first one when they had a chat or anything like that. But when he came in, because the first time that I saw it, my hand was getting ready to go find the trigger. But then when she said, "Hey, Eddie," I was like, oh, "Okay, he family. I just don't know him yet." And so, but I ain't gonna lie. Every time he comes in, he does that. I cringe. I'm like, "Ooh, child." But I mean, people are people, right? But I do appreciate that he calls her queen, right? So she has that. She said, "I'll make space for him. He couldn't to call me queen. Why he can't call you queen? You are a queen." Right. So his thing is white superior, and then he calls himself black slave or something like that. I'm like, yo. But I feel like I do feel like it's harmless. I feel as if like it's his thing. And I think I was there for one at a time when she said something, but it was more recent when she said something about him. Oh no, is when she called him when she said, "I don't know if I like how you call me, superior." And then he said whatever he said. But the thing is, right? I feel like when we meet people, the way we feel about them is the way we feel about them. And sometimes we can look at it as like a negative, but we would need to know and understand their reason for doing it, right? Because there are angels among us, and we may see somebody as just ordinary, and somebody else may see them as the best thing next to sliced bread, either because of a feeling or something that the person did for them or to have you. But yeah, Eddie, I guess Eddie I right. And so, that's the thing, right? I feel like Veronica has a great sense of people and people in her community. And because he comes back all the time and it's always the same, "Hey, my white superior queen, this your black slave." And I'm like, "What you talking about, Willis?" But that's the thing. I feel as if like there are so many of us who are going through things, and some of us join the lives to either participate or just to be a witness, because not everybody that's watching the live is in the chat. Sometimes some people are just there to be a witness. And I'm grateful that we are patient. First of all, I'm grateful that she gave us the power to kick people out, because that's a wonderful feeling to know you had a power. Like, I did that, except yesterday with Kiki. I feel so bad. But there are times when Veronica is the type of person, somebody will come in like, "Oh, you're a witch," and she's like, "Oh yes," like, so they mean it in a negative way, and she'll take it and spin it, right? So they'll come in and say, "Oh, you devil worshiper." No, well, no, she talks about the fact that we're all witches, and she explains why, right? Just like how we're all sinners, right? Because my thing is, it's like some people are like, "Oh no, but you're a worse sinner." No, no, a sin is a sin. It doesn't matter how big or how small. A sin is a sin, right? But she's not the type of person that a bot comes in and says something that's mean or inappropriate. She's not that person to kick them out on the first go. I would be, right? Um, it all depends on how late it is though, and her mood, and her mood. But for the most part, that's why she has her moderators. And it's funny because there are times when I feel as if like we take shifts, because some will stay. I tend to try to stay on. There are times, like especially on a Sunday night, because I have to get up at 4:30 on Monday to go to the office, and so there were times when I'd be there struggling, like, I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat because I know that everybody else is, like gone or whatever have you. And like, because for me, like, I want to be here for my girl. I want to be here for my girl. But then sometimes I fall asleep and I wake back up. And I think there was one time when I fell asleep and I felt bad because I didn't even say so long. Because I feel like for most of the times I don't say so long. Most of the times I do my Irish exit and I feel guilty about leaving because I'm like, no, I need to stay. And it's like, but you gotta go. But it's fun. And I think that's what it is. I feel as if like when you connect with people, you just want to be there for them. Like you just want to be there to support. And that's what one of the things that I'm appreciating about this thing here. Um, that's what I'm saying. Blessings. I mean, that whole timeout. I'd be like, you out. Especially with the bots, though. I feel as it's mostly bots, though. I feel like with them, for me, it's like you don't get a second chance. You don't get a second chance to be disrespectful. Synth, Veronica get a crack, so she'll say, "No, you can't spam because if you spam," and then she'll burst out laughing. I know exactly why she's laughing because by the time she gets out there, no, you shouldn't spam. Somebody already blocked them, and so she just bursts out laughing. It's fun. It is like guacamole. It is like guacamole. So okay, so Blessing said, "Okay, Veronica, okay, I'll let him come in, but if he does it, I'll give him a timeout." That's so funny. That is funny. I don't really care for it. I don't care for it, but you know, though I feel like the good thing is he does come back, and I feel like he doesn't stay on for a long time. Yeah, I don't recall that he stays on for a long time. I feel as if like he comes and make his appearance, honor Veronica, and then he leaves. Okay, so he does come in and say hi and leave, which is nice. I feel like it's nice because there are times when I'm like, I really can't stay. But I'm like, but I don't know how to leave. Because there are times when I'll say to myself, okay, you're just gonna go and you're gonna say, I can't stay. I just passing through. But then she'd be like, hi, Antonia, I'm gonna add you to the list. I'm like, but I can't stay, but she can't hear me. And I'm like, okay, thanks. And I'm going to do whatever it is I'm gonna do it in the background. That's what I'm saying, Cynthia. I don't think he's ever been on long enough for a reading. Um, he comes and he says his greeting, and then I don't really see him after a while. I think he stays for maybe a few minutes, and then he leaves. You know who I haven't seen on your channel though for a while, Veronica? Toast Trucking. I think you called their name the other night though, but it's been a while since I've seen or heard of Toast Trucking. I just looked up and I saw 3:35 a.m. Blessing says Veronica. Yeah, we do get rid of some people simultaneously. It's funny because sometimes it's like you'll see the same person block somebody, but somebody will put them out for a certain period of time. The other person will like hid. Oh, Toast Trucking is a young girl. I couldn't tell because I remember there was one time when they were just being, in my opinion, very unreasonable. Um, and they were not happy that they were not getting the attention. I guess the young would explain it then. Because it's hard to basically tell people to just be patient. No, it's not hard to tell them. It's hard for people to accept that they have to be patient. And sometimes if we would just be patient, we would get what is ours. We pray and we ask God for certain things and we want it right now. And God be like, no, that's not what I had planned for you right now. And so it's like, let's be patient. Like just enjoy the moment and don't think about what it was supposed to be. Because anyways, all that time thinking about what you missed. Um, oh, you checked out Toast Trucking's channel. I checked out their channel once and seemed like a preteen girl. Even that too. Sometimes people be like, "Oh, I'm 12 years old," and Veronica's Liza. I'm like, 12 years old. Yeah. Cynthia said it's weird because they're usually fam. But that day they were lashing out. Yeah, sometimes sometimes people get crazy. Like they don't know the rules. There should be rules on the screen that says, please pack your patience when you enter this zone. This is a drama-free zone. Blessing says, poor Esmeta when she asks for a reading about the damn poet. The damn poet. I find myself screaming inside, telling her, get the effing hint. Get the effing hint. He doesn't want you. She's so sweet. I just want to protect her. And I think that's what it is. Sometimes when I listen to some of them, I'm like, no, run far, run fast. Um, but I think that's this whole life thing is that, we all have to basically do the dumb thing. And then eventually we're like, wait a second, I ain't gotta do that. But sometimes I do, I feel your blessing. Sometimes I'll be like, yo, it's crazy. And that's the thing. Veronica be like, I didn't see that comment. Next. So Veronica said, that's why sometimes I don't reply to her because I know she's doing the preteen attention thing. And you know what? The crazy thing is, it's like, well, you know what? Children are children, right? So they're supposed to be children. They don't know better, so that's expected. Yeah. One of the things that I sometimes like, wait a second, like when people, they ask their questions and then they want more and more, and I'm thinking, pay for a personal, pay for a personal because the personals are good. I mean, you get way more than what you pay for. It's very worth it to me. Um, so Blessing says, I think she knows how I feel about the guy she likes so much, and that's sometimes when we come on, you have some people who, and I guess because I'm past that where I'm not, like, oh, I need a guy. Oh, like I'm like, oh, I got me. And then I think, wow, because we've all been there, but I feel like with the younger people, they've got so much to learn. They've got so much to learn. But that's why we're here. I feel like that's why we're here to help them along the way. So I'm impressed. It is 3:40 a.m. and I just looked and it says I've been live for 4 hours and 22 minutes. Who said that? Who said that I wasn't gonna do that? My word. I appreciate y'all. Um, Kay left Cynthia a little while ago. Kay left. Kay left. Oh, my battery's running low on this phone. Um, what'd you miss? What'd you miss, Cynthia? Oh, you missed Kay? Who's the fourth person in chat? I don't know. Somebody's looking. Somebody's watching. Hey. um, it was fun. It was fun. I'm gonna sign off now too, and I didn't get to eat all my snacks, so I'm gonna put it in the fridge. And I only got through half of my bottle, so I'm gonna put that in the fridge. I might have this for breakfast. I've never done that before because I like breakfast. It's gonna be my snacks while I'm watching the shows with mom, and while the shows are watching me. But I want to thank you all. I want to thank everyone who joined me tonight and those who are still here. I think this was fun and special. Um, I didn't know what this live was going to look like. It certainly wasn't going to be 4 hours and 24 minutes and counting. this was a wonderful day for me to welcome the new year in. And I'm hoping that because the new year found us all in a happy place, that will be the tone for our 2026. I pray that we all experience a life of abundance, a life of growth, a life of love and joy. Because it's a, one of my mentors says that abundance is your birthright, and so is happiness, so is peace. So I pray, that this collective, this growing collective, will continue to basically grow and allow yourself to grow. Like trust the process. When people used to say that, I was like, what process? What you talking about? But I understand it now. Trust the process. It gets better. In spite of the things that, the distractions, in spite of, the things that you'd see as being bad or negative, you need all of those to help you to grow into the person that you're meant to be. Happy New Year to everyone. I'm so glad that we were able to celebrate New Year's for different time zone. That was a treat. That was a treat. So I thank you all. I'm very grateful. You know what? I would like who's on? Cynthia, blessings, and by Monica. Um, if you guys can email me at what's my I think I have an email. Anton, yes I do. Do I? Oh, I don't. I have Betty. I have the email is actually in the description. So if you can email me your email me and then I'll respond. Because I would like to be able to send you a gift. I appreciate you all. Veronica is a blessing to us. And she's a great friend and a great human being. She's a great human being, and I'm grateful that she has welcomed us into her space, and that she is using her power for good by allowing stuff like this to happen. Because had Veronica not advertised it, it wouldn't have happened. I mean, it would have happened, but not in this way, because I probably would have gone on just to test it. But I'm grateful that, people from her community came over, because she's been, promoting it on my behalf. And I very much appreciate it, because I haven't, I think I told one or two people. So thank you all very much. Please, I wish you all a good morning, because it ain't night no more. No matter where you are, that's not well, for those of us who are on right now, it's good morning, it's not good night, even though it's dark outside. But I thank you all. I love you guys very much. I'm grateful, and my prayer is that one day we'll be able to meet in person, even if it's in passing. But I would love it. But yeah, so please, Cynthia and blessings, send me an email. My email is in the bio, or about, I don't know what it's called on this channel. But please send me an email. Veronica, I already got you, homie. But good night, everybody. I love you. Thank you for breaking in 2026 with me, and woohoo, go, go, go. Have a good night. I mean, good morning. Oh, you did? Oh, let me go back. So Blessing says, I posted my email here just now. I don't see it. I don't see it, Blessings. Can you post it again, Blessings, please? We don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it nowhere. Oh, Cynthia, if you can do the same, if you're still here. Okay, it didn't post because I didn't see it. So you can either send me an email from my YouTube about bio, whatever you call. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Drop it here. Like either drop it here or send me an email you from my bot from the bio. Oh, I'm standing trying to find a pen. So either send me an email from because my email address is in the bio, in the bio. I think that's what it's called. Um, you did? She said I wrote it again. It's not here. It's not here. It says she said I wrote it again. I mean, I know that my eyes ain't good all the time. I don't see. Okay, thank God. I thought I was the only one. I don't see it. So my email is in the bio though. So if you can please, Cynthia, I also don't see your email in the channel info. It's not. Hmm. Let me put in someone. Sometimes you too. Okay, so here. Um, Gmail. Okay. So I just posted. Okay, maybe I don't know. Find it. Can you see mine? Cynthia's like, what is happening? Um. Oh, Veronica. Okay, so if Veronica has your email, I get it from. Okay, so that's so. Okay, so send me an email there, please. I appreciate y'all. It was fun. Happy New Year. All the best to us for 2026. So I'm gonna give you guys time to jot it down, and then we can end this at 4 hours and 30 minutes. My word. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. Thanks, Cynthia. You have it. I took a screenshot. Okay, fine. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Thank you, Veronica, for being you. I got you, sister. You live till 5. If it wasn't so cold up there, I come, but it's cold. Lord have mercy. Bye, guys. Yes, we'll see you tomorrow. What you mean soon? We'll see you later. You're going live. What you talking about? We see you later. She said it's too long for me to write. I would do the same thing. I would have taken a screenshot. All right. Love you all. Thank you again. Take care. How does this? Oh, here, end stream.